You're not eating? Yeah. Please go. Please go. How'd you do it? Secret lady, you love your guesses. He was a true brother. Do you have any of your real family? Where did they go? Have you seen them? So how did they get here? I didn't even want to visit you tonight. That's how they kept the videos. I looked at I watched
Test. 1, 2, 3, 4. If everyone can kind of grab your coffee and your food and have a seat, we greatly appreciate it. We're already running late. Okay, if I can get everyone to take your seat, we'll start. Thank you. I'm not listening. Come on. Okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning. There you go. Wonderful. Happy New Year. I'm Mayor Chris Riley. On behalf of your City Council, I'd like to welcome you to the annual Town Hall meeting. This is our 10th annual meeting held the last Saturday in January to get your input on what is listed on today's agenda. Does everyone have an agenda? It's very full. So we'll go over it in just a second. Let me take a moment to introduce and thank your City Council for their involvement and dedication to this annual planning process. Councilor Donna Charles, are you here? If you'll stand and wait. There you go. Thank you. Councilor Catherine Rodriguez. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Monica Alcacer. Is she here this morning? Very good. I'll way in the back. Thank you. Councilor Matt Hody. I know I saw you. Oh, there you go. Hi. And Councilor Will Bradshaw. Thank you. Good morning. The council has worked with citizens, City Manager Kinsler, and all the directors to establish and develop this agenda. I can testify what a tremendous amount of work has gone into this annual meeting. The staff has worked tirelessly, a true team effort. Will the City Manager and all of the directors, administrative staff, please stand and be recognized? Let's give them a round of applause for putting this together. Special thanks to City Secretary Sandra Costley. Sandra, there you are over there in the corner. She organized all of the food and, of course, agendized this as well. But everybody worked, and so we thank y'all very much. Besides getting updates on several topics, including how did we do last year, the 2019 Town Hall meeting? And we're also going to get an update on the preferred option of Bandera Road by Half and Associates this morning. And we're also going to get an update on El Verde by 2020 to reduce our city's carbon footprint. So those are the updates. But as you can see, we have a very broad and challenging agenda. This is a new decade, which means we are mandated by law to conduct a census count. The Complete Count Committee has been working since July 2019 to develop a plan on how to educate our citizenry on the importance of being counted and how to be counted. Our goal is to surpass the 74% participation rate achieved in 2010. As many of you know, our census determines the amount of local dollars that come back into our community, as well as adding representatives in Congress from increased population, which Texas is expected to receive. Public Works Director Melinda Moritz will address the need and cost to bring into ADA compliance the following city facilities: the library annex, 2 swimming pools, and the Public Works building. This is not a cheap proposal. This reminds me of our first town hall in 2011 when the citizens addressed the need to build a new fire station and renovate the existing city hall. A committee was set up to analyze the needs and costs associated. Ultimately, the decision to borrow $7 million was voted upon by our citizens in 2012. It was a bond election, and it passed by 67%. And as you can see, we have a new fire station and a new renovated city hall. Next, we have Assistant Director of Public Works Dave Demeline, who will address the water main conditions and costs associated with maintaining a reliable water and sewer system in Leon Valley. This is also a very expensive proposal, which needs citizen input on how to prioritize and fund this very basic service. The Home Rule Charter Amendment update will be presented by Attorney Charles Zeck at the end of the program. A committee appointed by City Council has recommended 30 measures for citizens to vote on, which you will see today. It is ultimately the City Council decision to accept all or some of the measures recommended, as well as adding other measures if they see fit. The Council will need to call that election by February 14th to place it on the May 2nd ballot. I'd like to see a show of hands from our participants if this is your first time to attend a town hall meeting. Let me see, who's all new? I see a lot of new faces. Very good, thank you, and welcome. We're so glad that you came. Thank you. As you know, everybody got a postcard in Leon Valley. So that's, what, 5,000 citizens or whatever. So anyway, y'all are the dedicated guys here. So anyway, as I look over the last 9 agendas, we have done quite a bit. And I guess I won't really go over because I know we're running for time, but, we expanded the 4th of July. We re-tagged ourselves, Deep Roots, Big Ideas. We've addressed emergency preparedness. The red light cameras came from this town hall meeting, and we have those, and which has resulted in the addition of 4 traffic control officers on our streets. Now, we have citizens to be heard at today's agenda for you to communicate to council any concern, suggestion, or compliment you may have. No action can be taken by council at today's meeting other than giving factual information and existing policies related to the question. Now, if you look at your agenda, the council on Tuesday of this past week had agreed to move agenda item number 5 to the very end, ahead of citizens to be heard. It's my understanding from speaking with moderator Francine Romero that also agenda item number 6 will be moved down. That'll be first and then be before the Home Rule Charter, because these are the two more intense topics that we need lots of citizen input. They're going to take the longest. But I reassure you, I've had people come and call me, and we will begin citizens to be heard at 12:05, period. Because we're going to need a little bit more time. We had allocated 45 minutes, but we're going to need a little bit more time. So at 12:05, we will stop and we will hear from you. And again, you can ask any questions on any of your neighborhood concerns or anything from the town hall meeting as well. So I just wanted to let you know that. And then we will continue, just so everyone knows, this is the first major meeting of the year, but then we have quarterly coffees on the 4th Saturday of the month in April, July, and October, 9 to 11 here in this conference center, just to continue updating and hearing from you, the citizens. And of course, we have city council meetings twice a month as well. So I want to congratulate and thank each and every one of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come here today. Before I introduce Dr. Francine Romero, who's returning as our town hall mediator, I want to run by some housekeeping rules. Does everybody have a clicker? If you don't have a clicker, raise your hand. Clicker. If you don't have a clicker, raise your hand. This is how we assess your attitudes today, is by the clicker. Okay? Now, these are gold. We now own them, so you need to return them. Even if you leave early, please return them to Angela at the desk over there. Silence all cell phones. There's no breaks today, so please help yourself to food and the restroom. And one special request, if you see somebody that you haven't seen in the neighborhood in a long time and you're visiting at the table, can you just step outside in the foyer and speak there, because it will interfere on our meeting today. So I thank you for that. And please speak when called upon using the microphone. Sandra, she's raising her hand, she will have the microphone, and if you have a question on any of the topics, wait until she comes to you, and please use the microphone. No shouting from the table. We're going to be very civil and respectful today. All right. Again, I want to push volunteerism. If you would like to volunteer for any city committee, please see me. We always would love to have your enthusiastic help. And before I turn it over to Dr. Romero, I want to thank James Lee. He's with the Hello to Seco, and they are live streaming the town hall meeting this morning on YouTube. So thank you, Mr. Lee, for that generous offer to videotape this meeting. It's a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Francine Romero, returning for her 5th year in a row as today's moderator. She is the chair of the Department of Public Administration at UTSA. She's very active in the San Antonio community. She's chair of the City of San Antonio Planning and Zoning Committee. She's moderated many town hall meetings sponsored by the San Antonio Express News. And I must note that Dr. Romero cares deeply about our community. She'll write a report, and then she follows us throughout the year to see how we're doing on all of our goals. So it's indeed an honor and privilege to welcome back Dr. Francine Romero as today's moderator. Let's give her a big Liam Valley welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me back again. I'm going to talk fast because it's my job to keep us on time, and I am a little worried about that today. We got a lot going on. I love this room. I love coming back here every year because I know that community is built in this room and democracy happens in this room. And as a political scientist, that means a lot to me. The quote that the mayor had in the Lion's Roar from Thomas Jefferson about that we don't have a government by the majority, we have government by the majority who participate. And you all participate, and it's a big responsibility because it's harder to participate than not to participate. So thanks to all the people, I see so many familiar faces from every year, and especially to the new people who are here for the first time this year. This city, I always talk to people about this, it always enforces my belief in the power of local government, grassroots government, democracy, and I know that sometimes keeping that going is more difficult than other times. And I know that we've had a difficult year in some respects, but the important thing is that there continue to be accomplishments in the city, and many of them coming from last year's meeting. Calvin Coolidge, who I bet you did not expect to encounter this morning, but I'm doing research on Calvin Coolidge, and he said more good things than you would think. One of the things he said was, democracy is not a tearing down, it's a building up. And that's what you've always done here, is to build up the city. And I know this commitment will continue. I see this in this city in a way I don't see it in other cities. And it comes from the citizens, it comes from the elected officials, it comes from the appointed officials, and from the staff. And each year, the day before the meeting, I always reread my report from the year before. So yesterday I was reading that again, and I'm always newly impressed by the caliber of the conversations that happen here. All I do is record them. You guys say all these wonderful things, and then the government always follows up on that, and that's very impressive as well. And last year I ended my introduction to the report with, the Leon Valley Town Hall remains a model of good governance. So for today, again, as the mayor said, the main ground rule is civility, but I know you all respect that anyway. We're going to do a little bit different with every item, but I am going to ask for questions to be held until we ask for them and get a microphone over to you. I wish we were having more table discussions. It didn't work out that way today, but I want to get your input as much as possible, and I will use that in my report. And as the mayor said, we need to take individual breaks, because we know from the impeachment hearings, there's no such thing as a 5-minute break, even if that's your intent, so we won't do that. So again, thank you for having me back, and I will now turn it over to the city manager or to the chief for the update on the accomplishments from last year.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Kids will be here in just a minute. She got caught up over at the office and asked me to get started on this for her, so Chief Joseph Aggio, most of y'all I've met in this room, those new ones. I really enjoyed you being here, and thank you. So we'll start off with the Bandera Road Working Group. I hope everybody had the opportunity to go see the actual events when they came here. Very outstanding. I'm a person that drives Bandera Road multiple times a day, like y'all, and I know that they came up with some very good data as to why we need this. Basically, the status is ongoing, and it's going to be ongoing for several years. Hopefully we'll get started soon, but it's going to take a long time to go through that. So it's going to be a while for us. But they have completed the traffic data collection, and guess what it said? The road's very congested. So they gave us the traffic volumes. They gave us the origin destination analysis, which I thought was really interesting. How people are coming into the community, where they're coming into, and where they're turning off, which was really interesting. We knew that. You could have asked us that. As police officers, we see this, and our red light cameras see it as well. So traffic operational analysis and the crash analysis, there's a lot of accidents that happen on that road, a whole lot of accidents, from start to finish. So they, retracement of State Highway 16 existing right-of-way, they're going out there. You probably saw a bunch of flags on the side of the road not long ago, so they can figure out exactly where the lines are, where the utilities are, those types of things. So it's good to see those things already beginning, because they're already working on it. So they're going to assess it for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. If you have seen other communities that have been built anything lately, that is what most communities are putting in. I think it's a great idea. And then in public outreach, they've had a lot of meetings. They've had 3 technical work group meetings, 2 planning team meetings, 4 pop-up meetings, a community survey, 2 public meetings, 3 project videos, a newsletter, and online virtual public meetings. So they've been pushing this out. And I will tell you, and I want to thank everybody that went, because we far exceeded what San Antonio was able to get out there on their end, or Helotes was able to get out on their end. We are the model, just like Dr. Romero said. So summer of 2019 work, they are meeting bi-monthly in Leon Valley. We normally host it right here in our City Hall technical work group forum. They've met 3 times. And the public outreach, all those things we just talked about. So we will have a presentation on it in just a little bit. Next slide. Red light camera is something I can talk easily on. I know that when I said the first time when we talked about it at a town hall meeting that we expected 42,000 per year, and I told you that was a low estimate. Well, there you go. Last year, even after the first year where it did tick down, and it's ticked down considerably the incidents that have occurred. We still had 76,736 incidents of red light camera running. Those are just what the camera picked up. We gave out 55,308 citations, which is down considerably. So we know that it's working. But the point I wanted to make on this when I wrote this slide is we're dismissing 28% of those citations. So anybody says that we're not being judicious in our decision making, they're wrong. We definitely, if my officers have the latitude, if you wouldn't write it, if you were standing right there, then don't push the button to say make it go. So if you've got any in here, and I don't want to know, but if you have, and it's less than 1% now, less than 1% of Leon Valley citizens, that's awesome. But if you have, I'm sure you looked at it and go, yeah, I ran that. Because it's not just barely, we don't play like that. So most of your tickets that are paid, they pay it on time, $75. It's additional $25 if they don't pay it on time. What's it brought to us? Well, right off the bat, just from last cycle where we had to report to the state to this cycle, we've seen an additional 31% in this last year reduction in accidents. I mean, that's 31% less of your tax dollars having to go out there. Your firemen, your police officers, 31% less people that are in accidents and having to go through all this mess. When the vast majority of them were not you, the citizens of this community. You were paying for the errors of other people that live outside of your community. So that's great for y'all, because that's a savings right there alone. So we've also hired 6 additional officers, which has resulted in steep drops in crime. We'll have that data out. It's so low in some of our areas that the people from the UCR actually called us and had a conversation with us because they hadn't seen those types of drops in a short period of time. So it's just facts. We've purchased emergency equipment for the fire department, 2 new jaws of life for them. We're going to be helping purchase the new EMS unit, the new flashing traffic control signs that everybody seems to like, the new traffic signals here at Heather and Evers. We purchased part of that. The city's part of that. There was the vendor purchased some of it as well. And then the new one that's over Exchange Parkway and Wurzbach. Not only the 31% decrease in accidents, but the 65% reduction in angled crashes. That's the ones where people really get hurt. And that's why we're seeing an over 80% reduction in injuries in these accidents. So it's calmed the accidents down, even those ones we still have. We're never going to stop them because people driving, texting and not paying attention or trying to beat the light and stuff like that. But the accidents that have occurred, 80% reduction. So, and that's awesome. Last time we polled on this, last year was 94% of the citizens agreed that everything was good and they liked the program. So we'll definitely like everybody's input in the future on it. Next slide, please. Update on November 2020. It's you want to come up for a minute?
No, you go ahead. You're doing good.
Update on November 2020 is now November 2025. I think we discussed that last year. That was going to have to be pushed off a little bit. We've also hired a carbon footprint consultant. That's something we talked about in one of our coffees, where there was a discussion on how can we reduce our carbon footprint in the community. And everybody voted. They thought that was a good idea. And so there's consultants are being hired. Increased our tree giveaway. This is something we do at several different events. Some of them we'll pay part of it, and CPS will pay the other. And so we're over 5,000 trees at this point. We'll let Melinda talk about that. I think it's in one of her presentations. We hired an energy consultant in an effort to figure out where our consumption is within the city and how we can do better. And we all have been meeting as directors and city manager with this consultant. He's actually produced a report, and we're out there talking to our officers, our firemen, our regular employees to try to make sure that we are doing everything we can to reduce our carbon footprint, reduce our energy consumption, and save money for our taxpayers. So the future updates on the Leon Valley Comprehensive Master Plan, the city generated a RFP with a tentative scope of work, which is necessary for us to get the project started. They worked in conjunction with the zoning commission on that. And then the city council reviewed the RFP and tentative scope, and they authorized us to go forward and put those things out for a qualified consultant. We did that on February 14th. We did that, and the deadline now is February 14th on getting those back. So I will tell you that We want a complete and robust, just this many people times 1,000, to come out and help us develop this plan. This is your community, and everything we're trying to do is find out what you and your community want to look like 10, 15, 20 years from now. So when we put these out, please come flood us with people, tell your neighbors, because this is a chance for you to say, this is what I want to see in the future. Next slide, please. Infrastructure and flood control, you're going to hear some discussion on that from Linda this morning. It's ongoing. We have bi-monthly meetings with the Corps of Engineers talking about the Bandera Road flood control, or Heber Creek flood control. We did get a grant for flood control in the Seneca West subdivision of $1.3 million. That's going to help quite a bit with going in there and trying to resolve some of the issues in that area. The halt gates, which are the gates that come down when it starts flooding, those we've received them. They haven't put them in yet. They told us March, but they've put it off several times. So I'll just tell you, hopefully it's going to be done at the beginning of summer. So that's over $2.3 million that we didn't spend a penny of. It was just our coordination and good teamwork with the county on that. And then the Evers Road Bridge completion, it's beautiful. Y'all seen that? I'll tell you, since we've had that up, we've not had to close Evers Road one time. And we were doing an average of 26 times in previous years. So that's huge. And for those of y'all that are going to mention the lights are back on. They had a problem. They had to come back out and fix them, and it didn't cost us anything to get it fixed. So, Home Rule Charter, you're going to talk about this in length today. So the appointment of a committee, these are a committee of the community that went and looked over line by line, word by word. You'll see that word by word in a minute. They met 12 times in 2019, and citizen input was allowed for all of them. We did have citizens show up to some of them. It wasn't a big turnout, but we hope that those citizens that were on the committee were out talking to people in their community to find out exactly what y'all want. They've had 3 public meetings now in an effort to garner y'all's support and get your input again before they make the final determination on what's going to go forward at the election time. And the final time they're going to do that is going to be today, where they'll talk about the revisions before it goes to council for a final vote. Next slide. Business development, we've hired a business development director. Where's he at? Right there, William, right, stand up, there you go. That's your business development director. He's doing a great job. One of the hardest things, and I'm glad they didn't ask me, a policeman, to do it, because the coursework on becoming a certified business director guy is extremely hard. He's completed all his coursework, and he's definitely right on track to get a certification in a very short period of time. Facilitate audit meetings and track cases. He's our go-to guy for all the complaints you guys bring in, and he's doing a great job there. He's our liaison for the sign code committee that they're going through, hopefully, which will be presented to council shortly. And staff liaison for 6 EDCD meetings, which 11 project funding proposals, and then 3 quarterly finance reports. 29 business audit was completed, 817 tenants, available locations. That's how many buildings and spaces are out there available for rent at this point. And it's gone up since then because we've had some new additional buildings put in. There were only 89 vacancies at the time we went out there and went door to door. So vacancy rate of less than, or right there at 10%, 10.89% as of 1/22 of 2020. So that's awesome. That's the lowest that anybody on record can remember here in Leon Valley. Preparing for their 2020 business audit, we're going to do it again. We found a lot of crazy stuff when we went out there, and it also helped find people without their tax permits or certificate of occupancies, businesses that didn't even exist according to their certificate of occupancies that were in there. So we're going to do it again in 2020. So in conclusion, we definitely want to hear from y'all anytime. There's our website, there's our phone number. We thank everybody for the amount of hours donated. All these committees, we understand, take a lot of y'all's time, and a lot of y'all in here are on committees, and we really appreciate everybody's civic mindedness and getting out there and doing great things. We also want to thank all the directors and all the other people that stay long hours without extra pay. When you see us there, we're not getting paid anything extra in the evening time. Our directors put in 60, 70, sometimes 80 hours a week. So a lot of hard work by the staff as well to work for you, the citizens, and we really appreciate that, and we do it out of love for that. That's it.
Thank you, and thank you for taking over, Chief. Had a mishap this morning. Appreciate it very much. And I want to just say, William Cox, he's not getting a Business Relations Director certification. He is actually getting an International Economic Development certification. So, and he's gone through all of the coursework for it. So we're really, really proud of him. So good job, William. Okay, so now you've got your little clickers. This is the time. We need your input. So this will be a really quick piece of the meeting this morning. We would love to know your preference for days that you would be available for city council meetings. So if you would, can I start voting?
Yep, start voting.
It's open.
If anybody needs help with their clicker, raise your hand. We have staff available to show you how to use it. But on your clicker, it has 1/A, 2/B. Just click the ones that you want.
And this crowd is fantastic. This makes me so happy. Ms. Kinzer, you might want to repeat what Crystal said. We can't hear her back here. Oh, okay, so it's open. If you need help with your clicker, raise your hands, and we have staff that are going to come help you.
You have trouble with your clicker?
Yes.
Yeah. If you decide just click on it and it changes. Like if you don't want to.
How many of y'all getting an X on yours? Okay, hold on. We're having problems with the system. Just give me a second.
Yes, hold on just a moment. None of them are working. I don't believe.
We're having issues with the systems. Just a second, she's trying to fix it. We just tested it early this morning and it worked. Okay, we believe it works now. Can you start clicking your answers so we can see? Yay, it's working. Keep them coming. Good job.
Can you ask Angela how many people signed up?
Angela, how many people signed in?
Okay.
Okay, that way we know that we're just about finished over here. Thank you.
All right. I'm right. We're sure about 60.
Okay, we're still missing about 20 of you. We're getting there. I'm hearing the numbers climbing.
All right. I got it.
Okay, we're gonna have to move on. We'll close it down.
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays is a preference. Second coming Saturday. Okay, very good. 60% for Tuesday. Okay, times of city council meetings. Mornings, afternoons, or evenings? A, B, or C? Again?
It's working. Go.
Okay, it's working now. Go ahead.
But you don't think you can do it again, I won't take it.
Go 65.
Okay, 6 to 7 evenings. 84% it looks like. Very good. And there's some other input we want. We didn't have it on the agenda, so we'll try to start getting some more input at the town hall meetings. But thank you for that. That concludes this part. What do we have next? Census, right? Okay, the census. Where is she? Rosie, there you are. Hi, Rosie. Good morning. Lisa, can you come up so we can introduce you? You've done so much work. Lisa Martin, thank you. So we have a census committee, and our two staff liaisons are Rosie Amaya, who is your new library director, and Lisa Martin.
is the executive assistant at the fire department. The Mayor Riley has been involved with this. Councilor Charles has been involved with this. And can you stand up if you've been involved with the census committee? Oh, okay, great. The mayor's going to introduce you. Here you go. Thank you.
Yes, this is another team effort. So yes, I'd like to introduce Rebecca Florence. Rebecca, she is the principal at Leon Valley Elementary, and she's been instrumental. We've been partnering with Northside and getting the word out on the census. And you'll see in just a few minutes, we have a poster contest, and she helped us with that. And her kiddos are going to be some winners today. So thank you so much. Donna Charles, who's on the council, but she was representing Shadow Mist HOA. Let's see, Spencer Sprucer Bach, there he is, representing the military. We try to get people in each sections of the community. Elaine Valdez, again, HOA president of Pavona Place. Percy Edwards, he's represented the church, the St. John's Church down the street. And James Lee, James represented media, and he's really helped us out today. And Drew Power was a volunteer who also had experience, besides James Lee, going door to door in the 2010 census. So we had some really good input on that. So let's congratulate them. Plus, Dwayne Robinson. Dwayne, where are you? There he is. Would you stand up? Dwayne is the Bear County Census 2020 liaison, and Bear County has donated a bunch of materials to us. And we couldn't have done it without them. And Richard Castillon is with the Bureau, with the actual Census Bureau. He did all of the training for us. And so, again, thank you so much. And really appreciate it. We've got to get your vote out. So, Rosie, I'm going to pass it. Oh, one other thing. Rosie and Lisa wrote grants for money. I say the third time is the charm. Rosie, just Thursday morning, I opened up my email and it said, Dear Mr. Riley, not Miss Riley, Dear Mr. Riley, this is to tell you that y'all are the winners of up to $15,000 grant from Educate Texas for the census. So congratulations, these women are awesome.
Hi, good morning. I'm Rosie Amaya. I'm the new library director at Leon Valley Public Library, and I'm also the City of Leon Valley Census Liaison. So as we begin, we're going to talk about the census. So what is the census? So once every decade, the federal government mandates a count of everybody living in the United States. So everybody is counted. So what does the census do? Basically, we do demographics. So we find out anything from income, education, poverty levels, education, I said that, age, thank you. But the census don't only cover demographics. It also covers and is the basis of funding to cities. So it determines where you want to build your schools, where it builds roads and hospitals, public works, and where you want to build new schools and stores, and depending on how many people live in your area. So we ask that everybody complete the census this year. This is it. So how does this census affect me? So basically, this is what it does, the demographics and the income. But specifically to Leon Valley, we received several federal grants from the CDBG, which pretty much replaced the sewer and the water mains in the Old Mill District in the subdivision of that area, as well as the canopies in the park. And the park, anything that they done in the park, all that is grants that were determined by the census. So who are they counting? Basically everybody, anybody who's living in your household. If somebody is visiting you and living part-time for 6 months, you have a cousin who comes and stays with you part-time. If they're there for 6 months, they are counted as a person in your household. So please mark everybody who's in your household for at least 6 months of the year. So we do have a poll. Does the census count babies? It's open. It's open. Yes, please do use your clickers. Yes, and that is correct. When do I respond? So, starting March 12th through the 20th, you will receive a questionnaire in the mail asking you to start your census. It's an invitation to the questionnaire. Some will receive paper copies. Some will send, a postcard that says to do it online. So we ask everybody to head over to the library. If you don't have internet access or a computer, if you need help filling out the questionnaire, please head over to the library, stop by the library, and we can help you and assist you completing the questionnaire for the census. So how do I respond? The U.S. Census prefers that you complete your questionnaire online. However, they do know that some people still are like the paper copies, and so you will be able to get those as well. But they do prefer online method. So, here's another polling question. We would like to know how you plan to respond to the U.S. Census. Online, by phone, or by mail. Excellent. Like I said, if you don't have internet access or a computer at home, please stop by the library. We can assist you in completing your application. So, you will also have census takers coming by if you don't answer your questionnaire. So please make sure, just as a heads up, the U.S. Census Bureau will not ask for any social security numbers. They will not ask for a bank account or a credit card number. They will not ask for money or any kind of donation or anything on behalf of a political party. So keep that in mind, just in case somebody comes by saying they are a census taker. So we do have a quick video so you can see what the actual complete count committee has been working on.
We got it to work last time. She did it. I did it. It may not like it in that system. Give me a second.
Parks, sidewalks, libraries, first responders, and community interaction.
Oh, sorry, that was my fault. Trying to make it bigger.
Parks, sidewalks, libraries, first responders, and community interaction. Each of these contribute to the strength of your neighborhood, community, and city. Without your participation, without your family's participation, your community may lose these opportunities to build resources for the future. Your count matters.
now we have a presentation on our census poster contest. Principal Flores.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing? I just have, it's been a pleasure to be on the Census Committee with this incredible team. I want to thank them for letting me be part of that team. One of the things that we did is we not only wanted our community to know, but we wanted our children to know the importance of the census and being counted, because this affects 10 years for them. So it was real important, and so one of the things that we as Northside are doing are educating our children about the census and how it's an important piece for not only for them to be knowledgeable of, but for them to take it back to their parents and say, Mom and Dad, it's important for you to make sure that y'all are filling out the paperwork to get in our count, because we count, and because we count, it comes back to us. And one of the sentences that we used was count our blessings for here at Leon Valley. So when we talked about with our kids count our blessings, we talked about all the many things that we count our blessings about. Things like having police officers, things like having the parks, having the different things, the services that are provided, whether it be water, whether it be the structure of the city. So we talked about that with our art classes. And then we also opened it up for a poster contest for the community. So Oak Hills Terrace, Driggers, Leon Valley, Marshall, all of those campuses were sent the information regarding the poster contest. And in addition to that, it was also put up on the Leon Valley website, because we also know there's other children in our community that would like to participate, so we put it in that as well. So I'd like to just say that we looked at how the census affects federal funding. So we wanted our children to know that. And it's far from over in Northside. I know that Northside is working on curriculum to work with kids so that they know in social studies the importance of the census. So while we're all ramping up to get ready for the census, we know that it's very important for the community here at Leon Valley. So the posters, we did a poster contest, and we have 3 winners of that poster contest. Those posters will be put up in the library and will be also displayed in social media. So our 3 poster winners, and the one that's here today, so it's a crazy weekend. We have robotics at Driggers today, and so another one of our winners is at robotics today, and she's doing her thing. And then we have another student that's out of town from Oak Hills Terrace. But Felix Gonzalez is here, and we want to congratulate him. He did an awesome job. And he did his. And then we have Haley Arredondo, who is my robotics student. She's at robotics right now. And then Isabel Moreno, who's our Oak Hills Terrace student who won. And like I said, all of their posters. But here's Felix, and we congratulate. And here's his poster.
There we go. Awesome.
Yeah. So he talks about having family and art and music, and all those important things that we have that are sponsored with the Census for Education. Some of the other ones have firefighters and things like that. So all the many things that it's important for us to make sure that we count and that our blessings are counted every day. So we thank you and we appreciate your time.
All right, good. We are 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which I need. Yay. Okay. Just so we don't get completely confused, we need to rearrange this just a little bit. So we are going right now to item 8, and then we are going to item 9, and item 7 will come behind those. Okay. Just rearranging a little bit. So we're on item 9, and the Assistant Public Works Director, Dave Dimmeline, is here. Item 8, which I just said, I messed it up, item 8.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is David Demeline. I'm the Public Works Assistant Director, and I'm going to be presenting to you the Water and Sewer Capital Improvements presentation today to explain our replacement program and to assure proper repairs for the longevity of our system. So our city's utility system is worth somewhere between $10 and $15 million. We wanted to assure prudent maintenance of this system, so we need to budget at least $500,000 a year for repairs and replacements. We've developed a prioritized list of these main repairs that we need to conduct. The city should continue to build our emergency reserve fund, which we currently have for large ticket items, so we're going to continue to build on that as well. And we want to continue to review our water fees and our rate structures each year as we progress through this. So as you know, Public Works, we're charged with the operation and the maintenance of our system. We're really not unlike any other systems out there. We have some of our neighborhoods were developed in the 50s, so we have some water mains that are in need of replacing. Asbestos concrete pipes that we make repairs for main breaks. Some of our existing water valves are in need of replacement, so we're addressing those. And we have some hydrants in some of our neighborhoods that are 40 or 50 years plus, and so we're replacing those. And we're also installing the cutoff valves and working with our fire department for storage connections, which is a quick connect, and we've installed those on every hydrant. And then we're also looking at our water tanks, some of which are in need of rehabilitation and eventually will need to be replaced. But this past year we replaced the Grass Hill, rehabbed the Grass Hill ground storage tank, and that project will give us an additional 25 years life. And we're going to be looking at the Grass Hill elevated tank this current fiscal year and rehabbing that. So about the project, we went and looked at we do have a plan to address this. So we looked at a lot of our main breaks that have occurred over the past 5 years. And so we basically prioritized a list to address those first, our water and our sewer mains. And then we also have, as I mentioned, some of our neighborhoods that have the older hydrants. We've identified those. And then we're looking at areas where water mains may not be looped, such as cul-de-sacs, where we can loop those. And we're also looking, we've got some areas where we can extend the sewer mains and get folks on our sanitary sewer system. And then we've also identified, as I mentioned, our tanks. So we developed cost estimates for main replacements and to address these infrastructure needs. We looked at also, as I mentioned, pretty much the dead end mains, extending some of our sewer mains in those areas, and then also we wanted to coordinate these projects with our street maintenance program. So we're basically making these improvements ahead of those street improvements. So there is planning involved. This is a picture of our water distribution system. We have copies of that in the back. So we've taken a lot of our old maps and we've put them on GIS, which is really beneficial for our crews because we have tablets out in the field and we can look at this. We've identified the age of the mains, the location of those mains, and so we're really pleased with our GIS maps. And that's the water map, and we have a sewer system as well. And then we further broke that down by neighborhood. So this is really beneficial. We can take, say like Canterfield or any of our neighborhoods, and we can look at exactly where those valves are located, the age of the infrastructure. So we've broken it down by neighborhood. So in terms of cost, we identified we're at about 21 miles of water and sewer mains. Those are today's costs for replacement. Now we are finding that when we bid out a project, a lot of times those costs are coming in a lot lower. But this is an average or an estimate using pretty conservative numbers, $20.5 million. We also, with this project, we identified additional projects. Bless you. Locker Lane sewer extension, Monte Robles sewer main, some dead ends that I had mentioned earlier, and replacing some hydrants. So that's an additional $3.2 million identified. In terms of additional water rights, we're projecting 300 acre feet will satisfy future growth. And we're in a really pretty good shape with our water rights compared to some cities. But this will also allow for any type of reductions that you see. We haven't had any, the last 2 years, we haven't had water restrictions, but we will. It's just a matter of time. So that's going to carry us through that. And then these are the tanks that I've mentioned. Rehab is going to run about $450,000 and replacement about $2 million. But we really feel that some of our rehab work is going to carry us through those years, a good 20, 25 years. And this is summarizing everything. So if you put a dollar amount on the mains, those additional projects, and the water tanks, engineering at $4.2 million, and that's a total of 32.9. So water and sewer repairs are funded through our enterprise fund, and we borrowed $2 million back in 2016 for 2 new wells and the emergency interconnect. The debt service on that is about $105,000 to $135,000 annually. Excuse me. Excuse me. We've made quite a few improvements since 2015. The projects I've just mentioned with the 2 new water wells, those wells were 55 years plus old. And so we've got 2 new wells, a new SAWS emergency interconnection on Bandera Road. And we're able to repaint our, rehab the Grass Hill storage tank for $2 million. We also constructed a new generator at Grass Hill this past year. We did some looping along Bluebird. We replaced hydrants in Canterfield and Sun Valley, and we're going to target Grass Valley this current year. We did some main extensions to support future development, and we apply each year for CDBG grants for the Old Mill neighborhood. So basically totals on that since 2015 are 3.6 million, and that Rosie had mentioned in her presentation about CDBG and the importance of that, because it really does help us leverage a lot of funding for improvements in our water and sewer system. And we'll continue to apply for those grants each year. We apply through Bexar County and have a really good relationship with them, and they've helped us quite a bit. So these are some photos of some of the improvements. We've got the Grass Hill ground storage tank on the right side, and some of those pictures during the rehab. The tank is beautiful. It's going to give us another 20 plus years, 25. We've got a generator in the center portion, and that's going to power the whole Grass Hill station. So during any prolonged CPS outages. We're really happy to have that. In the upper left-hand corner is the SAWS emergency interconnect, and they let us tap their 30-inch main, and that's going directly into our Grass Hill ground storage tank in the right-hand corner, and that's a picture of one of our new wells in the bottom left. So next 2 years, our quick outlook on what our plan is. We're going to replace hydrants in the Grass Valley neighborhood. We're going to continue to apply for CDBG funds. We're going to look at Settlers Ridge next. And we're going to rehab our Grass Hill elevated storage tank and purchase additional water rights. Next year, we'll do the same with CDBG funding. We're going to replace hydrants in Seneca Estates. We're going to begin to implement our water main and sewer main replacement program. Look at Marshall elevated tank rehab and purchase those additional rights that I mentioned. Future years, as I mentioned, we're going to implement this program that we've developed and replacing about $500,000 a year. That's our target. We're going to continue to apply for grants. Continue to build our reserve fund for those emergency repairs and look at other possible funding sources, combination of looking at our rates, reducing costs, and looking at any grants that may be through the Texas Water Development Board. There are some low interest loans out there as well. So next steps would be to look at our rates. We have some software that we purchased that we can look at our, the enterprise fund is really a business, and we look at what we're bringing in versus what's going out and where we need to be. We'll be looking at costs. We'll present another report to City Council with some funding options, and moving forward from that, going with the most prudent option available. That concludes the presentation. If y'all have any questions, I'm available. I'll be in the back of the room, and I appreciate your time this morning, and have a great day.
A couple of quick announcements. Where are you? Will you stand up? This is Mary Lee from Tiger Sanitation back here. I'm sorry, Christiane, wrong person. Hi, Christiane. She is back there. If you have any questions for Tiger, she's here. She's going to be here throughout the entire meeting. So I just wanted her to wave so you knew who she was in case you have any questions about your solid waste disposal bill or whatever. The other thing I want you all to know that we've been busy with this morning since early is the cystic fibrosis tower climb. And I'm pleased to announce that some of the results are coming in. It just came in as I was coming in. And 59-year-old Ruben Saucedo, your assistant chief of police, just came in 5th place out of, law enforcement people from all over San Antonio. 59-year-old running, that's something. So anyway, so he's showering and he'll be back in a little bit, but that was pretty fun this morning. And we'll get the results from the firefighters here pretty soon, so I'll keep you updated.
Okay, we are moving on to item 9. But remember, we will have citizens to be heard at the end, so if you have questions that you want to ask with the whole group, we will have time for that at the end on any of the previous presentations. So Melinda Moritz is now going to present on El Verde 2025. And what we're going to do here is give you a little chance to weigh in here. At the end of her presentation, she will present some considerations, and we're going to ask you to briefly discuss those as a table. We won't have time to report out from all the tables, but we'll ask you to take notes on that, and staff might help you just give a little bit of feedback on what she's presenting here.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I Okay, so this is to update you on the progress that we've made towards our new El Verde by 2025 goal of being carbon neutral by the year 2025, and then to consider some changes to those goals based on new data, changes in laws, and then other outside influences. Back in 2007, the council adopted a resolution with the title El Verde by 2020, which was a plan for environmental sustainability. The goals are to become carbon neutral by 2020, commit to the preservation and expansion of the Leon Valley tree canopy, promote green home and business construction with a goal of 20% of structures completely green, commit to water consumption reduction, alternative irrigation sources, and xeriscaping, and then adopt measures so that we could reach these goals. While we were researching the plan, we discovered that other than tree plantings and some of the water usage data, there was no other baseline data to be had. Based on that information, at last year's town hall, we reaffirmed the goals, but we changed the date from 2020 to 2025, and then council directed me to go research some baseline data software. So what we've done for goal number 1, carbon neutral, we joined an association called ICLEI USA. And they provide a software called ClearPath, and it provides us with a consultant and software, and it costs $600 a year. This company serves local governments pursuing reductions in carbon pollution, and they get tangible improvements. They've achieved results that have helped communities reduce their emissions and become healthier, stronger, and more prepared. The software documents trash tonnage, energy usage, transportation emissions, and then it has inventory, forecasting, planning, and monitoring modules. So far we've identified how much trash the city as a whole produces. And so just trash alone is a little over 3,000, bulk 446, these are tons, recycling 688, for a total of 4,303 tons of trash. We are some trashy people. And then with our street sweeping program, we picked up 410 cubic yards of spoils, and that includes rocks, dirt, leaves, any other kind of garbage that's in your street. And that equals 51 dump trucks, and that was one pass through the city. We're in the process of identifying energy usage and methods for reduction. We're in the process of identifying emissions from city vehicles and equipment and from staff vehicles and emissions. And what I found out was even our staff trips add to our emissions. I expect to enter this data into the ClearPath software by this summer, and then once that's done, we can determine the baseline and set some milestones for further reductions. So we contacted CPS, and they have a program that they consult with called Clear Results, and they determined our energy usage per year per facility, and we got the final report just like 2 weeks ago. We met with the city manager and department directors, and we're going to put some policies and procedures in place to set the goal for the reduction. We're going to make some behavioral changes and facility changes to also reduce the energy usage. And then we'll start producing those policies and set those milestones for that portion. For goal 2, preservation and expansion of the tree canopy, we're continuing the tree planting program. We're receiving 100 trees per year from Tiger Sanitation. We're still giving away trees at Arbor Day and Earthwise, and that's partially donated by CPS. We this year made citizen participation easier with online tree giveaway called Community Canopy. And that was a partnership we had with the Arbor Day Foundation. They granted, it was a grant for $15,000. We elected to put in additional money so that we could buy more trees, and all those trees were given out. So it came to something like 70 trees. So for the total, it was 5,240 trees since 2007. For the goal 3, green home and business construction, the 20% of structure is green. We've adopted the PACE program, in which business owners can procure low-interest loans for retrofitting their buildings with energy-efficient HVAC and other systems. We've adopted the International Commercial Energy Code. However, we are going to caution, this is going to be a little more challenging of a goal, particularly if the focus is on our existing structures. There was not a baseline data established, and so I can't quantify any successes from when this program was first started in 2007. In addition to that, the governor recently signed a House bill which limits cities' abilities to regulate building materials on residential and commercial projects. There were no regulations adopted by the city, which actually requires green construction methods and practices. In 2009, shortly after we adopted the plan, the city did create the Sustainability Overlay District, but it doesn't mandate green construction, it just encourages it. Additionally, the majority of the structures in our city are residential, older, and are not remodeled to include this type of green retrofit. The good news is that we have 20% of the city's land area undeveloped or significantly underdeveloped. And so there's our opportunity to meet this. If we focus on the new construction and then continue to promote green systems for our existing buildings. So we recommend that the City Council direct our planning staff to research and develop green building regulations for adoption by the city and put those in our development regulations. This is a critical step if we're going to make any progress on this goal. A baseline will be discovered to the best of our ability this year, and we're going to mark 2020 as the starting point for that information. For water consumption, we do have baseline data from our well pumping records. It shows a 10% reduction in water usage over the past 5 years. Now, I can't tell if that's because it's been raining in the last 2 years, or if that's actual reduction. But we've always been conservative in this count. We did perform a leak detection project in 2017, and this was spectacular. We found the leaks, we reduced our leak water usage from 14% to 5%. The national average is 16%. We promote zero-scaping at events in our newsletter and on the website, but we don't have any baseline data on what was converted or installed from 2007 forward. We've introduced 2 more conservation programs this year, which is the rain barrel installation and zero-scape yard installation rebates. We'll continue to dispense water conservation toolkits to the resident, and there are some on the back table back there. You can pick them up before you leave. We continue to perform home water audits at no charge to our residents to identify those leaks. We created an irrigation water rate tier for commercial properties to encourage reduction in our commercial sites. We're continuing to offer rebates on high-efficiency washing machines and low-flow toilets. The one thing I need for y'all to determine, though, is if and how much of a reduction you want and over what period of time so that I can set a milestone for this goal. The current goal is just vague. It just says we're going to reduce. Well, how much do you want to reduce and over what period of time? Goal 5, adopt measures to reach the goal. So we did do the new zoning regulations, so we have the overlay districts. It's the sustainability gateway, commercial, industrial. The intent of this was to make the community more sustainable by providing for integrated mixed use, which Brandon has a project in the works right now, embodying the LEED development principles, and assuring pedestrian and bicycle friendliness. I'll show you in a presentation later about our sidewalks. Other adopted measures, we did the rainwater harvesting and plumbing regulations. We've got an adopt a spot program going on. So far we've got these 2, and then 2 more applied last week. So we have people out there in our community cleaning up. We were working with TxDOT to create that boulevard concept on Bandera Road, and we are street sweeping. This says quarterly, but now we're thinking, now that we've been through the city once, we think we can program for every 2 weeks. We're continuing to apply for grants from the Alamo Area Council of Governments. This year we applied for solar compacting trash cans that will call me when they're full. That's awesome. We're installing new recycling trash kiosks at the city facilities, which clearly advertise the recycling. We're in the process of replacing all non-LED light fixtures and bulbs with the new models. We are performing in-house electrical systems inspections, and we're replacing the malfunctioning systems over at the library specifically, and at the other facilities. Once we have a baseline set for this, we'll do the new policies and procedures. And so the City of San Antonio recently adopted their Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. They're focusing on strategies for how to prepare for the effects of climate change and to reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions. The plan calls for reassessment and updates every 3 to 5 years. It doesn't mean that San Antonio is not gonna produce emissions. They're gonna try and reduce, but also find programs to offset some of the emissions that they have. We could consider approving a resolution in support of that plan. We need to work with them in their Office of Sustainability to further our goals. We don't live in a vacuum. We're totally surrounded by San Antonio. We should also consider changing our goal year from 2025 to 2050, as that's what their plan also calls for. When you think about the electricity that comes into your house, it's a mix of solar, it's a mix of coal, and it's a mix of wind. Once it gets into those transmission lines, you can't then separate it back out. So we're always going to be dependent on CPS's full plant as long as they have them in production. And so it makes more sense to follow San Antonio's timeline. So consider moving the attainment date, consider the support of San Antonio's resolution, consider passing some incentives for home and business owners to build green or remodel green, identify some green projects and set a budget each year for implementation and completion, and then make sure that those projects have set milestones for completion. And that's the end of my presentation.
So we're going to take about 10-15 minutes so that at your tables you can discuss this a little bit. These are the basic considerations that they would like feedback on, but I think anything else you want to give feedback on related to this project would be really helpful. And again, I think staff will go around and at least be able to help some tables take notes, but if you don't have a staff person there, can you take somewhat legible notes, because I'll be using those to provide feedback. And I'm sure Melinda and her team will walk around and answer questions as needed. Thank you.
Okay, staff, I'm going to ask you to go find a table. There are some notepads. We're not going to use the big easels. We're just going to use the notepads in the middle of the tables. So please find a table and help them take notes, and then collect the notes at the end, please.
What we got going on here?
I think we have to roll
Number 3 also. Incentives. As green as possible. Send somebody to build this thing about that. And you know what they have ideas already.
That's going to be in a CDG department as well. I'll tell you one So let me work this together. All right. It's gonna take us all.
But you know, there's a beautiful, seriously, have you ever been to the center at Johnson? Beautiful plans, seriously, everything I'm saying.
He's a pretty good fellow.
You know, this is Richard Black.
Richard Black. We got enough hot air in this town. Doesn't matter to me. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not a tree grower. Good enough sleep last night? You made this newspaper again. Second page. I've been reading the next door.
You know where I see it? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna go on the channel outside. How I heard it. So they can, you know, I don't like watch the news headlines. Never did
Usually I have more to do because we have partake in discussions and then I have to sort of keep that and make sure it's all around there. We have a lot of updates today. So. Not on this one. Yeah. I'm kind of worried about how long the charge is going to take, so maybe we're going to do all yeah, that makes sense. I mean, how much? Yeah, that would get to be able to measure how much your city benefits from San Antonio, it's just cleaner air.
We are in a national initiative right here. So, however, we're 90,000 a day. Just like you then our instructions right now. He just wants us to keep meeting and start meeting the reading plays. That was my, he said, I won't make you laugh. We just have it already. Well, but you know what? It's just the fact that you're able to do that place. So far, they're also one in stories that you get those parties when they need to. So when they put it on, it's like that. Like they use this scope and not know each other. The guy always ladies, and she says, what are you doing? She puts her finger in, what are you doing? He said, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. She said, what are you doing? He said, you're not supposed to do that. She said, because they're nasty and they cause disease. So then they were doing he has tickets to she has dinner, so she invites me. So I said, there's two single old get he's the shyest player in the place. He is like the best They're supposed to dress nice. They want us to dress like
Okay, everybody, you can finish up that portion of 2 more minutes.
No, it's just, it's called Leaders Theater. Yeah, that's my table. Exactly, I should have. Don't worry, they can run in the Some of us
Okay, everybody. Need to stop being green now.
Attention, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, now you're sorry. I have to turn it over to Crystal. Thank you so much. I heard great ideas, and I can't wait to read all of these. Staff, if you can help us collect all of this up now. We have to rearrange a little bit. We are still waiting for Bandera Road to arrive. So Melinda Lawrence is now going to do her second presentation, which is agenda item 6, correct? On the ADA updates. At the end, because this is all kind of complicated, there are some instant polling questions, but we are going to open it up for questions from the whole room at the end of the presentation, and I think before we get to the instant polling questions. Okay.
Which option they prefer.
Okay, but when Melinda's done, we will take time to have questions from the whole room.
Yeah, because this one involves big money. Everything with me seems to involve big money. Okay, you sit your so good at it. So the purpose is to discuss the renovation of 4 city facilities and sidewalks citywide in order to comply with the Americans with Disability Act and for modernization. And those are the 2 school facilities, the library annex, public works building, and our sidewalks. We want to determine a timeline and funding mechanisms for renovations. So the city is governed by the 2010 ADA Standards for Accessible Design, Title II. Title II states that state and local governments must perform a self-analysis to determine what facilities and infrastructure need to be brought into compliance, and then you have to have a compliance plan in place. So the plan must include actually doing the work. You can't just plan on it and then not do it. So we'll start with the Lehigh Valley Community Pool, and I think some of you in this room have already seen part of this presentation on the pools. The community pool concession, restrooms, and portion of patio are not in compliance with ADA. The building is outdated and larger than what we need. It has electrical wiring from the 1970s and is consuming way more energy than necessary. And that is a finding that came straight from that ClearSmart results program that we just entered. It's the highest energy using building we have. The estimated cost to bring it into compliance is about $130,000 to $180,000. It's aluminum frame siding. We could demolish the entire facility and install a new prefabricated building with new wiring and additional restrooms for the little vacant lot next to it for between $200,000 and $230,000. Here's pictures. I like to call that my rock climbing wall. Like all it needs is a little thing. And this just shows you what the slopes are and the impediments trying to get in there. This one you can get a wheelchair in, but you're going to have to back out. Forest Oaks Pool Facility, the facility itself and patio areas are not ADA compliant. The facility itself is not ADA compliant in any portion of the building. The building is made of CMU block walls with brick veneer. Not easy to bring this one into compliance. It has old wiring and plumbing, and of course it's outdated. That's one of the biggest complaints we get is, can we do something with the Forest Oaks facility? Almost the entire patio area is out of compliance. Those areas were built to drain water. They're steep. The estimated cost for remodels between $900,000 to $1 million. I could wipe it out totally and put in a new prefab building and change the patio areas for about $400,000. So this is the facility itself. These are the areas that are non-compliant. I love the one, you go back. The one on the right. If you're trying to get a concession, even people without disabilities have to stay crooked to get your candy. The library annex. The ADA ramp in the rear of the building is the only portion of the building in compliance. The building itself is in very poor condition. It's at the corner of Haas and Evers, and parking creates a hazard when they have their book sales. The books have to be hauled over from the library by the trustees and volunteers. Every single area of the interior is old, non-compliant, and a fire danger. Estimated cost to construct a new prefab building, and I wouldn't do it over there, I would do it right here where our record storage building is. There's almost nothing left in that building. It would be about $230,000. There she blows. This is the toilet area, the interior. That's the ceiling in the back portion. And here's the only ADA compliant part. And that's what a new prefab building could look like for all of our facilities. These would be at the pools, and then we could construct a similar one for the library annex. Public Works. We are ADA compliant most of the places except for the front door, maintenance, and mechanic areas, and the upstairs storage. The building insulation is about gone. There's not enough room for equipment and existing employees. The second floor storage area ceiling is too low, and the flooring, you can bounce on it. I always think I'm going to crash through to David's office. HVAC system desperately needs to be replaced. The exterior has deteriorated, and it allows rodents and birds free access. Estimated cost to construct a new building here is about $3 million. Public Works. And that just shows you the bottom walls all the way around the building. Some are 1 inch, some are 3 inches tall, which allows my friend the mice in. I like them, I think they're cute. Yvonne cannot stand them. Here's just, you can see this is our locker area at the bottom. And there's no room for the guys' uniforms, so they get stored on a pole out in one of the bays, which makes that bay non-operable. And this is the construction office where the guys go in to fill out their paperwork. And the bottom picture is the server in my office. So every time I stand up, I run the risk of splitting my head open. This is the upstairs, and you'll see that's a pool noodle on that beam because the beam comes to about right here. You're in danger of decapitating yourself. And then because we don't have any storage, you can see all of our, we're building up quite the inventory of JD bullshit. And then lastly, our sidewalks. We performed an inventory of all city sidewalks. We identified the intersections that don't comply and areas that have incomplete sidewalk sections. Our subdivision code requires sidewalks to be built by the developer. Well, we have subdivisions that are older than what that code states now, and so they didn't get built. We should plan to come into conformance by budgeting any amount you want per year from the general fund for new sidewalks, or continue to require property owners to build them. We can budget street maintenance funds for existing non-compliant sidewalks, and this year we did just that. We spent $100,000 putting in new sidewalk intersections in Forest Oaks. We're performing renovation of sidewalk intersections each year in conjunction with each year's street maintenance plan. And I'm sorry you can't see this well. The red dots are the places where we don't have sidewalks. And then the yellow we did with year 2, ADA ramp maintenance, and then purple we did with year 1. And this is just an example, as you can see, in the top slide where there's no sidewalk at all right there. And then the bottom slide you can see where there's sidewalk, no sidewalk, sidewalk, no sidewalk. And the top picture here is a non-compliant intersection, and the bottom one is the compliant. So here's your estimated cost, just as a nutshell. You're looking at about $4 million, and then of course the sidewalks we would treat differently from the general fund. Timeline: manufactured buildings take approximately 6 to 8 months for delivery. We build them and then bring them and install them on site. There's a lot of site work to be performed prior to delivery. The public works building itself would take about a year to complete because we still have to work. So the options are obtain a bond or a certificate of obligation for facilities construction now. If you chose a bond, it has to be voted on by the citizens and it's paid back over time with interest. We did that for City Hall and the fire station. You could do a certificate of obligation. It doesn't require a vote, but it must state exactly what it is obtained for, and the funds must be spent in that manner only. If I say I'm buying a prefab building, I can't then spend the money on the prefab building plus the patio areas. You have to be specific. It's also paid back over time with interest, and we use that item for our wells. These sidewalks will be funded as capital improvements from the general fund, approved by City Council each year as funds are available. Option B, fund them over time. You could do it out of the general fund reserve, with the exception of the public works building. Option C, eliminate one of the pool facilities, get rid of the library annex, make them get rid of all those old books, and then just use a bond or certificate of obligation for public works. Option D, form a committee and let them determine the best course of action.
And the next question.
Okay, the next one is your poll. Any questions first?
So, yeah, we wanted to allow plenty of time for questions on this. So the city manager is going to go around and get questions, so go ahead and raise your hand.
Hello. I'm really glad that we're doing this, but I just was wondering why it's taken us so long to start getting stuff into ADA compliance.
We've actually been getting stuff into ADA compliance over time. It's expensive, and you only have so much in your budget. That's anything else to add to that?
Well, we just acquired the Forest Oaks pool facility 2 years ago, so that's a new one.
Anybody else have questions?
With some of those options, can we break them down further? You kind of lump like the choices. Like suppose I want to eliminate the library annex, but I forget what there was something else on there. But keep the pool. Keep all of the pools.
That certainly could be an option, and that's why we put option D up there, in case you didn't like any of those 3 options. You could do something different.
Or could each facility, okay, with public works building, what do we want to do with that? Have a committee or fund it? And then the pool, okay, what do we want to do with that part? And the library, so break down each one instead of lumping them all together.
You certainly could do that, but in the end, you have to fund it all. And so, right, so that what that would be is developing 3 committees, or maybe putting the pools with the pool would already exist, and then 2 more committees.
I would suggest just having one committee.
I agree. Yeah, one committee really makes sense because of the budget aspect of it. Mm-hmm. But thank you for your feedback. Yes, sir.
We talked about a year ago for the community pool and the property right next to it, making a very nice facility, and at that time renovating the restrooms for that pool. So, that project kind of died. There was another amendment or another idea that popped up and went nowhere. I think the original idea of making a nice parking area with plants and shrubbery around it, and renovating the pool would be, the restrooms for the pool would be the best idea.
So there's certainly something if we form a committee for them to consider. Back here, coming. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
My concern right now is that to lump all this together, when we have yet to hear from the pool committee, because you're talking about renovating 2 facilities before we decide if we're going to keep 2 facilities, because that's also been up for discussion with the pool committee. So we're kind of putting the cart before the horse here.
Anybody else? I'm on my way.
So the question is, I really like option D. The question is, how large a committee and who would comprise of that committee?
We had a bond committee for the City Hall Bond Fund, and I think that one had 7 members on it. The mayor should remember. How many people were on the bond committee?
Oh, I want to say about
12 to 15. Sorry.
Ma'am, the chief said you were trying to get my attention.
I'm just gonna say, the Forest Oak School has 4 bathrooms. I think 2 with showers and two dry bathrooms and 2, it seems like it'd be easier to make them compliant, or at least 2 of them compliant, than to tear it all down. And, I think the foundation's pretty good. Now, I know the other pool is much older, but if you have all that money we're gonna put into developing the lot out in front, I think it'd be better to keep the pool operating.
Right. Okay, so there's another option. Of course, that has to be determined by an engineer.
My question is, I'm all for ADA compliance, and it was brought up. However, weren't these buildings grandfathered, or would they have been grandfathered because they were built prior to the ADA enactment?
No buildings are grandfathered anymore.
Correct. We have to have a plan to bring things into ADA compliance.
Okay, and there's 2 chairlifts, 1 at each pool.
Yes, Carolyn just pointed out there are 2 chairlifts, 1 in each pool. So yes, there's partial ADA compliance, but that's not ADA compliance.
The problem with the Forest Oaks pool at the chairlift is the ground underneath it is not ADA compliant.
Okay, so I've noticed over the years, growing up as a child, I actually went to the Forest Oaks pool, as that was our pool in our neighborhood, and we have high levels of populations at any given time at both pools. I would make it more prudent to spend the money as a cost benefit to the area versus trying to condense everybody into the 1 or 2 little pools we have. And to keep all the pools, make them ADA compliant, why wouldn't that be the direct course given if we have all this information and we've seen a lot of the statistics? Why don't we just work on a solution getting to that point versus all these options? And at this point, as someone who's seen the annex sit and gather dust, I love that poor building to death because I remember when it was actually a library. And then we have this library, and so I might just move all the books over, make, if anything, update this library. I was actually just over there and the internet's not working. Update this square footage to include a more centralized library, and then remove the annex in the most prudent way possible. But I don't think we should talk about pools except to make them ADA compliant and to update them because dear God knows they need it. So why don't we do that?
Anybody else? And we're writing all this feedback down. Dr. Romero is, so she's going to gather it all in her report, okay? So it's not falling on deaf ears. I want you to know we're writing down what you're saying. Oh, and I just had a request, Melinda, if you don't mind flipping through the options again so they can reread them. I know I saw something else, okay, better than you.
In terms of the pools, do we have any data on usage as far as between the two pools, which is used more often? What time frames are they used in? Any kind of data on usage?
Yes, we do. It's just almost equal. The Forest Oaks pool is 51%. The Leon Valley Community Pool is 49%. The least amount of usage they get is in August. The highest usage is in June and part of July.
I like the idea of the committee. My only concern is that when it turns over to a committee, and then we have to wait for that information to get back to us, and then we have to vote on it. But I think you've given us quite a bit of information, and that we could prioritize what are the most crucial things that need to be addressed. I think we could go either way. My only concern with the committee is the time dedicated to that, and then how do we get all these people back together to vote on this?
We've got time. The ADA laws don't say you have to do it today. It says you have to have a plan and you have to get it done. You tell me when it is you're going to do it. Now, if it's outrageous, if we put together a plan that says, yeah, we're going to get around to it in 2045, they're probably going to say, I don't think so, rethink. So you want to have something that shows action, but it can be a plan. You don't have to do it right this second.
Mr. Diaz.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that if we have one pool ADA compliant, we will be in compliance with the law.
We would if both pools were exactly the same. If you, like the Forest Oaks facility has a community room and it has an outdoor barbecue area that you can rent. If the Leon Valley Community Pool had the same thing, then you are absolutely correct. If you have multiples of the same facilities, you only have to make one or two or whatever the relationship is to those exact ADA compliant. But they're not the same. And so you either build a community room over at the Leon Valley Pool and then make one of those facilities compliant. And then the whole goal here too is to not exclude people. So I would think that you would want to make everything that we have ADA compliant. Whether we have 2 of them, 4 of them, 6 of them, I don't think it matters. We have 4 parks. We have Raymond Rimkus Park, Old Mill, Silo, The Ridge. All of those should be ADA compliant. They're in different neighborhoods, they're in different areas. And so am I supposed to tell a kid with disabilities, I'm sorry you can't go to your neighborhood park, but you can go to Raymond Rimkus because that one is ADA compliant? I don't think that's fair. They pay taxes too.
Yes, I'd like the cities to take a serious look at the Public Works Department.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I know you're modest, but I mean, they've been in that building, as she said, for a long time. It's one of the largest departments that takes care of our city, and we should do, in my opinion, a bond just like we did for the City Hall and the fire station to get a updated Public Works Department facility that is up to date, that can protect our personnel and our equipment, and that will be able to be used for the future of the city. I know they're out of sight and out of mind, but they deserve to be at the very top of the list, in my opinion. Thank you.
And I'll add to that, the Public Works Department is so old they even have pets, and they're little mice running around that we're constantly trying to control. They definitely need some help. Yes, sir.
In regards to the Public Works Department, we've already had a committee that's decided that the Public Works Department should be the next thing that's upgraded. I was a chair of the Capital Improvements Committee, vice chair of the Bond Oversight Committee, and both of those committees worked on the City Hall, revising the police department and building the fire department. That the Public Works Department should be next. Which is 3 to 5 years. The Bond Oversight Committee was 2012, so it looks like we're going beyond the 3 to 5 years. The Public Works Department, if you go over there, they don't have room to operate, right? So this subject has already been decided, that the public works department should be revised, rebuilt. So you don't have to have it as an option, the decision's already been made.
Anybody else?
Just a quick comment. I think priorities are very important to list, so to speak, and I think public works should be top priority. I agree with what the last gentleman said.
I don't know, Dr. Romero, you okay? I'd like to just try something real quick. Could we do a show of hands to see who thinks Public Works building is a priority here of the three? That's exactly what I suspected. You almost have a full room.
Thank you.
Okay, who did I promise to come to next? My apologies.
I just wanted to mention, as to, the discussion about the library annex. The new library, which is of course not brand new right now, but the library that we currently have, much of it was funded by funds that came through donations from the citizens as a whole to the library, the Friends of the Library who've been sold those items, so we recycle books, shall we say, and the proceeds come as a constant money stream to the library for programming and all kinds of things that the library director might request from the Friends of the Library. So I'd like to see that included as a lower priority, certainly, than the Public Works facility, but it is a way for citizens to donate what they can't use to somebody else and make a little money for the library too.
Thank you, Joyce.
I believe we need to address the whole situation for the benefit of all citizens. What's more important to our city than the citizens? Citizens consist of families, and Leon Valley, in my recollection, is noted for being attuned to the citizens. And above all, we need to address all ages, and thereby people can stay within our city and be happy to be here.
So I live on Cross Road, and I think that I would like to take my family to the pool. I feel like it needs some updates and repair. And I think the longer that we wait to do these, we're just going to be in a circumstance where we almost have to close them if we hold on to this too long.
So I'm a bit confused about the different options because it looks like option A has a bond and a certificate of obligation. And so it seems to me like those are two separate options, correct? So if we go,
It's a bond or. There's two ways you can go. A bond requires a vote from the citizens, so it would have to be put on an election day. A certificate of obligation does not. The city council gets to vote on the certificate of obligation.
okay, so I'm just wondering, why wasn't option A the bond, option B the certificate of obligation? And following along with what that other lady said about the option C, about the library annex being removed and eliminating a pool, I think those should be separate options. I've lived in Leon Valley for 24 years. I've never once stepped foot in the library annex. And I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who have a lot of sentimental value for it, and we keep it for whatever reason. I don't really know what it's used for, to be honest. But the other thing that, and I do happen to be on the pool committee, and being in the city for 24 years, I'm aware that there is a bit of a split in the city between Forest Oaks and Leon Valley. And something that happened over 30 years ago where someone offended someone else and never apologized for it or never made up for it, and it became something that everybody took sides, and there are people from Leon Valley Pool who will not step inside Forest Oaks Pool. And I think the thing with the two pools is kind of like parents with children. What you do for one, you have to do for the other. And if you choose to close down one pool, it's going to hurt a lot of feelings. And I know financially it doesn't make sense to keep both pools, but yet we need to consider being cohesive and seeing what is best for everyone. And then we do have a lot of traffic that's on Evers Road, and some people would not feel safe having their children go to one pool that crosses Evers Road either way. So I think it's not just about the money we need to look at. I think we need to look at it overall. What are the priorities?
I think you have an excellent point on option A, bond versus certificate of obligation. I will tell you that right now it's kind of hard to tell you which one would be better, because I would assume that you would be interested in the terms and the interest rates. And the city has such a phenomenal credit rating that I think either way you would get pretty good interest rates. But that probably would play into your vote as well, your decision as well, right? Is what kind of terms and what kind of interest rate and payback period and that kind of stuff you would get. I think you raise a good point. And
I'm kind of on the same page as Ms. Sawyer regarding, I don't understand why these two were mixed onto the same option, bond and certificate of obligation. But I think under no circumstances should the city spend $4 million or $2 million with a certificate of obligation without proposing it to the entire community as a whole. So I'm in favor of developing a comprehensive plan, but maybe consider a bond and then propose it to the voters this November, because we know that there's going to be high voter turnout as it's the presidential election. So that's just my 2 cents.
Kelly, one more.
Last. Because I was thinking with all the moving parts and splitting this and option A into 2 and one pool versus an annex and all that, why not just dump it into D and let a committee split it all out, lay it all out individually, and then let people decide like a meeting. In other words, leave it in the hands of a committee, and it may take a little longer, but it'll probably be a cleaner process and ultimately take less time.
Francine, can I take one more? Because they raised their hand at the same time. Sorry, first, I feel guilty now. What was it? Oh, here you go. I knew it was right in here.
When I saw, or when I heard about the requirement to haul books from the annex to the main library or vice versa, I couldn't help but get the image of some 85-year-old lady trying to handle her walker while pushing a wheelbarrow full of books.
That's the image I get too.
Now, having a library in the city is a good thing. But maybe we could find a way of using the annex for certain subjects and the rest of them covered in the main library. That would cut down the amount of stuff you'd have to have in the main library. It's just a thought, and I'll pass. I'll let wiser heads than mine decide that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Francine. Thank you for letting me take that one. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to make a comment that I think some of you weren't here at the beginning. In 2011, when we brought this topic to the first town hall meeting for the new fire station and renovation of existing city hall facilities, the committee was formed, and it took from January of 2011, just I'm giving you the timeline, to May of 2012, where the bond vote was held. But that committee, they did extensive outreach. They went to Bernie and Live Oak and all of these other facilities to look at what they did for their fire department. And so it does take time, but they also had meetings every month and got citizen input. I will say that the bond was passed in 2012 by 67%. And I had asked Ms. Kensler if we could share with y'all the impact on your property tax because of that $7 million debt. And as I recall, we got a fabulous rate of like, is Vicki here, 2.4%, something like that? 2.45% interest rate, and I believe it impacted our property tax by 4 or 5 cents. Okay, so it would not exceed 5 cents. So it will impact. But again, I agree with whoever said, I'd rather, the certificate of obligation is a council-driven act, right? But the bond is a citizen-driven act, and I support that.
And I think it's important that 5 cents is per $1,000.
Okay, I think we need to move on, but we will have time for more questions in citizens to be heard. Now, and there is I just want to say, as you're voting on this, I hear you on this. The question is structured in a certain way, but I've heard what you said, I've written down what you said. Because I'm left-handed, my hand is covered in ink. So I wrote down everything you just said. So I understand as I write my report, the option that you vote on is definitely restricted. And what you've said has really clarified what you think. But if you could still please vote on your preferred option, that would be helpful as well. Keep voting, please. Keep voting. We're not all in.
We're still missing about 20 of you. Okay. Option D or option A, but option D is higher by 10%. Okay, very good. Thank you for your feedback. That's a lot of information in a small amount of time. Okay, so next we have Chad. You want to come on in? Chad Garner with Half and Associates, who's been working with us for some time now regarding the Bandera Road project. And Chief Salvaggio just did a real quick recap of what they've done this year. And we did a really quick recap because there's been a lot of work put into it, and that's what Chad is here to talk to you about and let you know what's happened this last year with the developments on Bandera Road. So with that, where are you, Chad? Come on up. Oh, okay, so Crystal is loading his drive right now. And there will be no poll questions on this one. As you know, there have been community input on the Bandera Road project this last year. We had 2 town hall meetings, or not town hall meetings, but meetings with community input. I'm really, really pleased to say that the turnout in Leon Valley was much stronger than the turnout in the city of San Antonio. So, that's fantastic. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you. Well, I'm Chad Gardner. I'm with Half Associates, and we're working for we're an engineering firm that's working for TxDOT San Antonio District to study State Highway 16, or better known as Bandera Road. Next slide. So the feasibility study that TxDOT's currently looking at is from I-410 Loop 1604. It's about 6.5 mile corridor, 2 to 3 lanes in each direction. And within that 6.5 miles, there's 17 signalized intersections. There are no continuous sidewalks in the corridor, and there are no continuous bicycle accommodations within the corridor. Next slide. So before we talk about the study that's ongoing, let's talk a little bit about the history of Bandera Road. It was originally constructed as a 2-lane roadway in the 1920s. Really the primary function of Bandera Road when it was originally constructed was to connect more rural communities into San Antonio. In the 1970s, it was widened to a 4-lane divided facility. And then in the 80s and 90s, it was widened to 6 lanes south of Gilboa Road. In the 90s through the 2000s, there were a multitude of intersection improvements done. The I-410 direct connecting ramps were constructed, and Bandera Road at Loop 1604 was restriped to 6 lanes. And then the most recent improvement that's being completed was completed last year. It was the displaced left turn interchange at Loop 1604. The first study on Bandera Road to look at improving congestion was conducted in the 1990s. Since the 1990s, there have been at least 7 different studies looking at options to improve congestion. They've been conducted by multiple agencies, including TxDOT and Texas Transportation Institute, the Alamo Regional Mobility Authority, and Leon Valley as well. Next slide. So you may be asking, well, how did the current study get started? Really, it was under the leadership of Leon Valley Mayor Chris Riley and San Antonio Councilwoman Ana Sandoval. They approached TxDOT in 2018 and asked TxDOT to consider another feasibility study to look at options to improve congestion on Bandera Road. In addition to that, the city of San Antonio set aside money to do what they're calling a corridor plan study. So that's a separate study that's being done in parallel to TxDOT's feasibility study. That corridor plan study is going to focus in on land use. They'll do economic development, have a focus on economic development, multimodal options, and sustainability. And Leon Valley is a participating member in both studies. In addition, Mayor Riley and Councilwoman Sandoval are also co-chairs of the Bandera Road Task Force. That task force includes elected officials and their representatives, engineers and planners and directors from the cities, and it serves as a steering committee for both TxDOT's feasibility study and the San Antonio Bandera Road Corridor Plan study. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about TxDOT's feasibility study. The goals of TxDOT's study are to improve mobility, safety, and community connectivity while reducing congestion on Bandera Road, and to accommodate multimodal transportation, including bicyclists and pedestrians, while accommodating economic development. So really the major focus items of TxDOT's feasibility study includes an existing conditions assessment. That was the first phase of the study. We're wrapping up that phase and starting to transition into development of urban design and roadway concepts. So that's when we look at a variety of different proposed improvement concepts and how they could impact Bandera Road. After a preferred concept is identified, TxDOT will develop a design schematic and environmental studies on that preferred concept. And throughout this whole process, major focus of TxDOT study is community outreach, sharing information with the community, and getting feedback. Next slide, please. We'll talk a little bit about what's been done over the previous year. Really, the TxDOT study started in earnest in early 2019. Early on, TxDOT had an online public survey, ran from February through the end of May. We had 885 participants in that online survey. The goal of that was to understand the users of Bandera Road, what are your priorities for the study, for improving the corridor, how do you use the corridor on a daily basis. The feedback we got on priorities was on the top 3. The number 1 most listed priority was improving congestion, followed by improving safety. The third was to add sidewalks and improve pedestrian crossings along Bandera Road. We asked, what's the primary way you use Bandera Road on a daily basis? The number 1 response was shopping and errands. That was followed by commuting to and from home or commuting to and from work. In addition, TxDOT implemented multiple work groups that will be continued to meet with throughout the study duration. The first is the technical work group. That includes city engineers and planners and directors. It's technical staff that we meet with. Met 3 times in 2019. There's also a planning team group. That planning team is shared between the TxDOT study and the Bandera Road Corridor Plan. And it includes representatives of the neighborhood, community, businesses, and the cities both have representatives in that planning team as well. And then we held our first round of public meetings in December, and I'll talk about those in a little more detail in a couple of minutes. Next slide, please. So the phase that we're wrapping up now is the data collection and existing conditions assessment. I'll give you an overview of what was some of the major items that we're focused on. When we went through, we coordinated with utility owners, with the cities, and we identified and surveyed all known existing utilities along the corridor. That information will be used as we start looking at concepts to see what kind of impacts you could potentially have to utilities in the corridor. We also did what is called an existing right-of-way retracement. So what that is we went out and surveyed and identified the public right-of-way limits that are currently used for Bandera Road. So we know how much room we have that's considered public right-of-way. We also did a very extensive traffic data collection plan that included taking traffic counts, video, field observations From that information, we were able to identify that in the existing condition, there are between 40 up to over 75,000 cars per day that use Bandera Road, depending on your location. We also obtain what's called origin and destination data. And basically that is where is traffic coming from and where is it going to. We use 3 sources of data to determine that. We use Bluetooth sensors that were placed along the corridor and within a 6-mile radius of the corridor. We also used location-based services data from smartphones and the AAMPO travel demand model. And when we analyzed that data, compared to all 3 sources, they gave us similar results in terms of traffic patterns. We identified known environmental constraints. We also looked at historical crash data, particularly available data between the years of 2014 and 2018. What we're able to determine from that is the crash rate on Bandera Road is 4 to 7 times higher than the statewide average for a similar roadway in Texas. The majority of those crashes are occurring in intersections. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you an overview of what the San Antonio Bandera Road Corridor Plan will focus on. Their goals are to analyze existing market and land use as well as traffic, transit, and other connectivity conditions. The plan will work in conjunction with TxDOT planning to make recommendations for future land use, corridor improvements, and network improvements to address congestion and other issues in the corridor. Some of their major focus items are economic development, land use, multimodal improvements, sustainability, and innovation. And they'll have extensive community outreach throughout their plan as well. Next slide, please. So we really have a unique opportunity here. We have 2 studies that are working in parallel across multiple agencies to work collaboratively to come up with a comprehensive solution as to how to come up with a long-term plan to improve congestion on Bandera Road. What I've got on this slide are the 2 study timelines. The top of the slide, that's TxDOT's study timeline. That's in orange. And then the bottom of the slide in green, that's the City of San Antonio Bandera Road Corridor Plan. Both studies are concluding the first phase of their studies, which is the existing conditions assessment. For the City of San Antonio's Bandera Road Corridor Plan, they're transitioning into looking at different land use, urban design, and network concepts. That phase will run through mid-2020. And then at that point, we'll begin to take the recommendations they receive from the community and from their analysis to document that and to develop a report that'll have their final recommendations. Their goal is to have that approved by the end of 2020 or early 2021. You'll notice TxDOT's timeline is quite a bit longer. That some of that is because due to federal requirements, but it's also done to make sure that the recommendations that come out of the Bandera Road Corridor Plan can be considered when TxDOT goes to their next phase, which is looking at a variety of concepts. That phase is starting now and will run through the end of 2020. Our goal is by early 2021 to have a preferred concept identified and to develop design schematics and environmental studies on that preferred concept. Final approval on the study would be by the end of 2022. So to clarify, that's just the study. That's not construction plans or anything like that. That's just the study, so we can come up with a plan that can then move forward. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about the community engagement plan. We've utilized this plan over the previous year, and we will continue to use this plan moving forward. We will continue to meet with the Bandera Road Task Force that I discussed earlier. So that task force includes the elected officials, planners, engineers, and directors from the cities and from various agencies. We meet with that task force about every 4 to 6 weeks, and we'll continue to meet with them throughout the study duration. We'll also continue to meet with our work groups. We typically meet with them every 3 to 4 months, and that will continue to occur. Also, we'll use a variety of different outreach tools. We're looking at doing additional online surveys, particularly as we start to do the concept phase to get information out and get your feedback. We'll continue to have updates on TxDOT's website. We have pop-up events. I don't know if any might have saw us since last year. Last year we did 4 different pop-up events. We'll continue to do those. Those occur when the city has something scheduled. We'll put a booth out and hand out information about the project. We're planning various forums, informational videos. We've already released a few of those on the project website. We encourage you to go take a look at those. There'll be more of those coming. And project newsletters. And then in addition to all that, we'll continue to do our traditional community outreach, which involves stakeholder meetings and additional public meetings. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about, we held our first round of public meetings in December of 2019. Brandeis High School was December 10th. We had 64 attendees from the general public, and we had 23 formal comments submitted at Brandeis. The next day on December 11th here in Leon Valley, we had presented the same information. We had 98 attendees from the general public and 37 formal comments submitted as part of that public meeting. In addition to that, we had an online virtual public meeting that ran from December 10th through December 31st that provided the same information. And it had 247 different visitors, an additional 16 comments were submitted. Next slide, please. So all the feedback and comments we received, we're documenting that in a public meeting summary documentation. That'll be available online in February of 2020 on the project website for the public to review. We'll take all the feedback we received over this previous year and use that as we transition into the concept development phase. Next slide, please. So how to stay involved. Number one, please visit our project website. If you go to www.texdot.gov, look in the top right, there's a search bar. Type in SH16 Bandera Road, and it'll pop up a link to our project webpage. You can also call Laura Lopez. She's the Public Information Officer for the San Antonio District. Or you can email banderaroad@poscam.com. This information is also on the project website. So anytime you have feedback, comment, or question, feel free to email us. With that, that's my summary. I look forward to working with all of y'all over the next couple of years. I see a lot of familiar faces. I look forward to working with all y'all to come up with a plan to reduce congestion on Bandera. Thank you.
Okay, and he can also be available for questions later when we get to citizens to be heard as well, assuming that's appropriate. Okay, so we are finally on item 5, which is our last item, and Home Rule Charter Amendment update. And I've sort of been thinking a lot about how best to present this, because I know that some of you have seen this presentation maybe more than once, and then others have not. So we have what hopefully will be a really seamless way of doing this, because Charles Zeck will be making a presentation. I don't know, David Jordan, are you coming up here too as the chair of the Charter Amendment Committee? Okay, well, but he's here, the chair of the committee. Because there's instant polling questions embedded in the presentation, but I know you might also have questions that you want to ask before you vote on those. What we're going to do, Mr. Zeck is going to start going through the slides, and when we start getting to the polls where we think there might be questions, we're going to stop for a minute. We're going to field a couple of questions. We can't get bogged down in any one slide, but we'll stop and field a couple of questions before we get to every polling question. So, yes, thank you. We would like to have questions only. Again, please be mindful of the people who might not have seen this presentation at all, and we'll have some really good questions. So forgive me if I cut off questions. We're going to get through this as fast as we can, and then if there's remaining questions, you can certainly bring those up during citizens to be heard. So we'll have a hard stop at the end of the charter section, but then we'll reopen for the whole citizens to be heard, where you can ask questions on anything. So I will turn this over to Mr. Zeck.
Thank you. How's everybody doing today?
Good morning.
Good. Normally, before I do these types of presentations, I say a series of jokes to get everybody lightened up, and then ask a series of questions. And whenever the answers are given correctly, I give out large sums of money as prizes, and a grand prize as an exotic vacation to Hawaii. But because I'm on limited time, I'm not going to be able to do that today, so I apologize for you guys missing out on that. I want to just briefly, I was asked briefly to go over how this works as a process under the law, so I'm going to do that briefly before we go through the presentation. The Texas Constitution authorizes cities to adopt home rule charters through an election process. It then also authorizes cities to amend those charters once every 2 years. And so the city council determined to appoint a home rule charter committee to do a complete review of the charter and then make recommendations to the city council of possible amendments to the charter to be placed on the ballot. So that everybody knows, I've probably assisted over 30 cities in either adopting their initial home rule charter or making amendments to their existing home rule charters, and numerous lawsuits I've been involved in dealing with home rule cities and providing expert testimony with respect to home rule charters. So that's my experience and background. But the amendments, it's important to remember as we go through this process, and what I've always told my home rule charter committees when there's a committee, or my city councils when it's a city council, is that the analysis and decision-making process at this point is not an analysis or decision-making process of whether or not the charter should be amended. It's an analysis of whether or not a proposed amendment shall be placed in front of the voters and the citizens of the community to give them an opportunity to vote on the amendment. That's very important to remember. Neither the committee nor the city council has the authority to unilaterally amend a charter. And that's because the Constitution says that it has to be voted on. So it's important to remember as we go through this process that these are proposals that the committee worked on over a period of 8 meetings, 4 months, something like that, 4 months. And these are recommendations to the city council for the city council to place these proposed amendments on the ballot for the citizens to consider, to be voted, for the citizens to then vote on. And ultimately, the citizens of Leon Valley get to decide whether or not any potential amendment is approved or disapproved. And during this process, city council can either agree to place all of the amendments on there, some of the amendments on there, or different amendments if they so choose. They have the authority to do that. So with that in mind, I'm going to do a high-level overview of these. I've been put on a time limit, right? So I'll be doing a high-level view of the intent for each measure. There are 34 measures. So that y'all know, that's not a record for me. I've actually assisted cities with putting more measures than that on the ballot if city council decides that that's the number ultimately they want to put on. Yeah, it is. I think for Bexar County, I don't think I've ever done that many, but I've done more than that in other cities. I think that's it. I think that's how I had another thought, but I don't remember what it was. Okay. Real briefly, so that everybody understands. These are in the form of measures. So, what a measure is a description of what the change will be. Each measure may have multiple amendments in the charter, right? So, for example, an amendment to the city charter changing the defined term of city to the city throughout the charter, you can imagine there are multiple places where that would occur. Those multiple changes would not go on the ballot. What would go on the ballot is a proposition that city council will decide how it should be worded. It may be exactly like the measure, or they may tweak it. But everybody needs to understand that a single measure may have multiple changes that relate to that measure. So this is pretty clear. An amendment to the city charter changing the defined term of city to the city. It's basically a change putting the word the in front of city. And I'm going to have to rely on Crystal because I don't know where these rights are at.
The next one is deletion, so I'll let you
Okay. So, all right. So that's the first measure. So we didn't have a poll question yet? Okay.
I did these together.
Okay. The next measure is a non-substantive measure. And by that I mean there would be no substantive changes to your charter if this was placed on the ballot and approved. It is an amendment to the city charter deleting and amending provisions of the charter that are unnecessary or duplicative of state law. So there are multiple places in the city's charter where duplications occur, or there are statements of law that is a duplication of state law that is not required to be in your charter. Just the first example is this section 102, where there's lots of statements about the powers of the city, which those are statements are not necessary to be in your charter. The only thing you need is the city shall have the power of local self-government to the fullest extent permitted by law. So that would be the measure, and then I'll let you.
So then that's the next deletion, you have two of these.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry, thank you. An amendment to the city charter, deleting and amending provisions of the charter which are unnecessary due to state law. So these are the more. Okay, so more of those. Same.
Now the next one's a polling question.
And the next one's a polling question, and also so that everybody knows, whichever of these measures city council decides to put on the ballot, they will adopt an order by resolution.
Yes,
by resolution, and all of these changes will be listed on that document, and all of those will be published in the newspaper, and they will also be, I assume, placed on the city's website. And of course, you can make an open records request for the resolution, and you can read all of them. All right. So the next question is the poll question.
Is the poll question.
Okay.
So do we have any questions about the deletions or the?
Said we're not gonna ask questions, we're gonna go on, because this is substance.
So the poll question says, are you for or against adding the word "the" and deleting the amendment provisions of the charter which are unnecessary due to law? When they put this together, and we didn't talk about it first, this really, as I said at the beginning, is not the appropriate. When you answer the question, you should be answering the question of whether or not it should be placed on the ballot, okay? When you answer these poll questions, you should be saying yes or no as to whether a particular measure should be placed on the ballot. Does that make sense? Okay, all right.
So A, you want it on the ballot, B,
And B,
you do
don't.
not.
You do not want it on the ballot.
Okay, if you haven't clicked, re-click, she just about shut it down.
Anybody else warm?
So nobody's offended if I take out my jacket?
No.
Alright, I'm at 73.
Okay, go ahead. There you go. Okay, we're gonna keep going in the interest of
All right.
time, try to get this done in an hour.
The next measure is an amendment to the city charter providing that the city manager has the duty to answer to the city council for the execution of the laws and the administration of the government. It is a pretty straightforward change. It strikes out the word shall and adds the words has the duty to.
The next one's a poll question.
So are we asking questions on this?
Now, shall means has the duty, so we just said no. Oh, yes, if you, I'm sorry, you said no. If you have a question about shall and has the duty, raise your hand. If you don't.
This is the only chance I get to pretend I'm a rock star.
Something like, when you say has the duty to answer, is that like a command? Like they're directed to that they must?
Yes.
Shall is the same thing.
Yeah, shall is the means. Because that's what I don't know, you'd have to, the charter committee recommended this proposed change. So that's the only thing I can really say.
Okay, we're gonna start voting.
And there's a lot of you, so please don't, attack the messenger. I'm not a powerful person. I'm very weak.
Okay, we're finished.
Old. I'm very old.
Okay, next.
Next measure, an amendment to the city charter adding a new council member and providing the mayor the right to vote on all matters. There are several changes to this, but it's pretty straightforward.
If this measure is placed on a ballot and approved, we would add another council member to the city council, and the mayor would vote on all matters that come before city council. Is there another section that has changes? No. Okay.
The next one's a poll question.
So the next one, a poll question. Are there any questions? You said to take one or two.
Can we split these two up in case we are in favor of one but not in favor of the other?
So this is the charter committee, and so I'm speaking from memory, all right, and also again, not my opinions when I talk about this. This is what the committee decided. They decided that that it was important to give the mayor the right to vote, and also add a council member together, for that to work together, and that it wouldn't work as well if they didn't add the extra council
Trying
member.
to have an odd number. One more, here we come.
As a member of the committee, and there's several of us here, so we can answer some directly, but for that one, if we just put the mayor on, then it would be 6. That number would be hard to function, so that's why it's there.
So odd number was the reason.
Right. Yeah, and I apologize. I'm trying not to get into the specifics as to the reasons why, but if you don't add another council member, then you'll have 6 voting members, and the committee didn't feel that 6 voting members was appropriate. They felt you should have an odd number to eliminate the possibility of a tie vote. So
Okay, here comes the voting.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, yeah, and then I'll add something after that.
You can say no while they're voting.
I don't want to distract anybody. My ugly mug is big enough for distraction. A question was, the committee is going to leave it to city council if this goes on the ballot as to how we would transition that new council member onto the council. There's a variety of ways that could occur. City council will, if they choose to place this on the ballot, will make the decision as to how that will occur, and it will be incorporated as part of the measure.
And of course, council ultimately makes the decision as to all of these, and so that's the reason they want your input. They want to know how you feel, so that when they're in at the dais and they're voting, we're going to have these numbers for them.
Okay, excellent. An amendment to the city charter providing for term limits, again, pretty straightforward. Essentially, this would add term limits. The substance of the term limits is here. No elected official shall serve more than 7 terms. Each council member currently serves 2 years for a term, so that would be a total of 14 years. An appointment to a vacancy on council would not count toward the limitation. So if council member appointed somebody for a 1 year, to fill the remainder of a 1 year term, that wouldn't count. However, you can only be appointed to a vacancy on council once. Any time of service being served to fill an unexpired term or partial term shall be counted as a full term for purpose of those limitations. So if you're elected, and then for the purpose of the above limitations, no appointment which occurred prior to the enactment of the above limitation shall be applied, and they shall not apply to any prior service. So this is what's called a prospective term limitation, which means that any time served by any person who has served on council or is currently serving on council, that time served would not count towards their term limits. Everybody would start at 0 if this is adopted, placed on the ballot and adopted.
Not retroactive.
Not retroactive. Prospective.
Mr. Zek, I think you misspoke. If you're appointed, that burns one of your 7 terms. It says it very explicitly.
Okay, well, it says what it says. I'm rushing through it, so I apologize. I'll do my best.
Take one more. We go.
Explaining the rationale for not making it retroactive. I know the answer, but I just want to see if you get it.
I'm just a lawyer, not the policymaker.
Yes, sir, David Jordan. We had very detailed discussion on this. We didn't feel somebody should be penalized for serving before, and they wanted to put these numbers in place, these term limits in place, moving forward. So there was a lot of discussion, 5 years, 10 years, and the majority voted for 14 years on a term. So this answers that question.
Okay, polls are opening up. Okay. Next.
An amendment to the city charter clarifying the eligibility requirements for election or appointment to city council. You can see the changes, adding language that says to be eligible to be a candidate for or elected or appointed to the city council. Makes clear that the qualifications in here are qualifications to be eligible to be elected or appointed to office. And then the recommendation is to strike section C because there are no provisions in the charter that would prohibit somebody from being qualified to be elected to office currently in the charter. Any questions? We have a question.
I would imagine you would nuance the word instead of being eligible to be a candidate because people are elected to re-elected and or otherwise because certain people may be in violation of our current or former members of the city council, and I imagine C should remain as so they don't rerun simply because they were either removed or former extended their used up their term, essentially voted out to be re-voted in because there was a violation of some sort.
Let's see one more. Yes, ma'am.
How long do they have to reside now?
I'm sorry.
So what's being changed from, it says have resided continuously?
Nothing. Nothing's being changed. This is language that, with respect to the first part, actually with respect to all of it, nothing is being changed. This is currently what the required qualifications are to be eligible to take office in the city. There is currently in the charter nothing that a person who's not on city council could do that would put them in violation of the charter. In order to be in violation of the charter, you actually have to be on the city council to actually be in violation of the charter. You cannot be in violation of the charter if you are not currently on city council. So this really is no substantive change. It is a clarification.
Poll question.
And we're going to the poll
Okay, here comes the poll question. There you go. Okay, next one.
An amendment to the city charter providing for a 2-year prohibition on holding office upon having forfeited an office of the city council. This would add section E to the qualifications provision that says to be qualified to be elected to council, you shall not have been determined to have forfeited an office of the city council within 2 years of the first day of the term to be filled at the election on the date of the appointment as applicable. Any questions?
Questions?
It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, go ahead and open.
If I was a rock star, I'd use a wireless microphone.
Okay, here you go. Next one.
An amendment to the city charter providing that the city council instead of the mayor shall approve an absence for city council meeting. Currently, you forfeit your office if you fail to regularly attend city council meetings without an approved absence by the, we forgot to underline city council. So this is underlined. This should be underlined. That's going to be an addition. Currently, you forfeit your office if you don't get an approved absence from the mayor. They are striking mayor and adding city council, so that now the approved absence has to come from the governing body, not just the mayor.
Any questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay, go for it.
That's the same question.
Same question.
Next question.
Crystal.
Yeah, this is the poll question.
I know which one it follows, so it's okay.
Okay, so you just accidentally, the head.
Oh, we accidentally.
I left that.
Okay.
An amendment to the city charter clarifying when an investigation and hearing related to an alleged forfeiture of office occurs. This, I can't get it. I don't want to get into much detail. But currently, the way this reads, it reads in a way that doesn't flow well, and that assumes that a forfeiture of office has occurred before city council even makes that determination. So this is a change to make clear. So currently it says, if a member of city council violates any provision of this section and does not resign, city council may conduct an investigation to determine if the office holder has forfeited their office. So you can see that's sort of a contradiction, right? It says that they violate it, then we have a hearing to decide if they did violate it, which doesn't make any sense in my mind. So it's changed to say, if a member of city council is alleged to have violated any provision of this section and does not immediately resign, the council conducts an investigation pursuant to 312 and to determine if they have violated the section and forfeited their office.
That means to me that someone is considered guilty before they're proven innocent, and it looks like it's inverse to what our Constitution is.
It currently reads that way, yes. The change is made to say that if a member of council is alleged to have violated, so an allegation, it currently says if a member of council violates. So we're changing it to be what I think you would like it to be.
It's not kicking them out of office.
No, it is not.
Allegation, okay.
It is not.
One more.
This wouldn't change any nature of the process. It wouldn't change anything the way you currently operate. It would just make it read in a more democratic fashion, I think, is the right way to say it.
My English teacher would have put a K on there for awkward wording.
Okay, so my next question is on the third line to the last. It says the hearing pursuant of this charter to determine the office holder has violated of this section and forfeited their office. Why would and forfeit their office be right there if the hearing is because they haven't forfeited their office, and yes, the hearing shall be held within 60 days of that alleged violation? It seems a little contradictory and complicated.
I really don't have an answer to that
I don't
question.
either.
The city, the committee, I mean, if a member of city council is alleged to have violated any provision of this section and does not immediately resign, the city council may conduct an investigation and hearing pursuant to this section, .312 of this charter, to determine if the officer has violated this section and forfeited their office. I'm not trying to argue with you, but from my perspective, that makes very clear what city council will be doing.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and vote. Okay, here's the next minute.
An amendment to the city charter providing that should a council member or the mayor fail to continuously reside within the city limits during their term of office, that they shall forfeit their office. Currently, under your charter, if somebody moves out of the city, they do not lose their seat. So this is being added to make a requirement that you continually reside within the city limits during your term of office.
But no other employees, no, not the city manager.
No, this is just elected officials.
Okay, we do have a question. I do.
Does this give an allowance though for an emergency situation, fire, flooding?
This deals with residents, not temporary absences. So a temporary absence is not the same as changing your residence.
Open the poll.
Okay, we're gonna open the poll. Okay, next.
An amendment to the city charter, am I okay? Okay. An amendment to the city charter providing that when a vacancy on city council with an unexpired term of more than 16 months occurs, it shall be filled by a special election on the first uniform election date authorized by law, and that all other vacancies may either be left vacant for the remainder of the unexpired term, filled by appointment upon affirmative vote of 2/3 of the city council, or filled by special election. It's pretty straightforward. The two main changes, as I recall from just glancing at this, was it used to be 12 months, and the appointment was by a majority vote. So the major changes are that it has to be more than 16 months left on the term in order to be appointed, and it has to be filled by a 2/3 vote, not a simple majority.
Any questions? No math. Okay, here go the post. Okay, there you go.
An amendment to the city charter requiring a member of city council who is convicted of a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude, a violation of any state laws regulating conflicts of interest of a municipal officer, a felony, or is assessed to deferred adjudication or probation for a felony, or any state laws regulating conflicts of interest in municipal officers, to self-report the violation within 10 working days of the conviction, deferred adjudication, or probation, with failure to do so resulting in an automatic forfeiture of office. So essentially, you can forfeit your office if any of these things occur. This adds a requirement that you self-report those convictions, and that if you don't self-report those convictions, that as soon as those, convictions or deferred adjudications or probations, whichever that it happens to be, if you don't self-report, then that is, once it's determined that, if it's discovered, I guess, that it occurred and you didn't self-report, it results in an automatic forfeiture of office. No 312 hearing, nothing, automatic forfeiture of office. City council simply appoints somebody to fill the vacancy that was automatically created. And just for my recollection is that there was a concern that if somebody got convicted or got on probation in some other state or some other county, that would be pretty easy to hide if it didn't happen within the community. And they wanted to make sure that got self-reported immediately.
I'm gonna open up the polls on the first one.
I didn't see any hands, go ahead. Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the city council from approving an appointment of a prior city council member to a paid city position within 3 years. Currently, the way it reads is that there's a prohibition of the city manager, the city attorney, or department head, or a council member being appointed to any of those positions for 3 years, or any other compensated position within 1 year after the expiration of their term, unless city council otherwise approved it. So the exception kind of swallows the rule, because we say you can't do that, but then city council has the authority to overrule it. So they thought it would be, the committee felt it was important that we have a bright line rule that everybody has to comply with, and take the discretion away from city council to authorize those types of appointments within those restricted periods.
No hands, go ahead. Thank you. Next.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting individual members of the city council from releasing attorney-client privilege information, and requiring that a waiver of the attorney-client privilege be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the entire council. So this is a prohibition that will prohibit any council member from releasing, which includes the mayor, from releasing any attorney-client privilege information, and that it's 2/3 vote of the entire city council, not those present voting, would be required to waive the attorney-client privilege. I want to note that this is a prohibition. My recollection is that if a council member violates this, it could subject them to forfeiture of office.
No questions, I'm open up the polls.
Go ahead. You're obviously doing a good job explaining.
People just tired of looking at me when we get off the stage. An amendment to the city charter defining when an individual city council member is authorized to conduct inquiries and investigations. So currently it reads, except for the purposes of inquiries and investigations, unless otherwise provided in this charter, the city council as a whole shall deal with officers, etc., etc. The language is being added so that it will read, if it's placed on the ballot and it's approved by the voters, except for the purposes of inquiries and investigations conducted pursuant to 312 of the charter, or other investigations and inquiries approved by the city council, then they cannot, then otherwise they have to deal with the officers and employees through the city manager. And then on the next one, it adds it for the purposes of interfering with the performance of the city manager's duties. So this makes clear what an inquiry or an investigation is. I don't think I made very much sense that time. Yeah, I apologize for that. Not bad, right? 1 out of the first 10, I think. Yeah. Currently, there is no definition for what an inquiry or investigation is to determine whether or not a council member has violated this requirement, this prohibition in the charter. Inquiry investigation is not defined. The next part of the sentence that they are including is a definition. So now we know that an inquiry or an investigation is an inquiry investigation which is conducted pursuant to 312 of the charter, or an inquiry and investigation that has been approved by council. So now we know what inquiry and investigation means. It gives it a definition. Was that better or worse?
Better.
I got half and half, I think. I'm happy to answer any questions.
The question came up at the last council meeting, Charlie, of whether or not this would, or especially the second one, if an investigation was supposed to be done in closed session, they couldn't request an investigation without it going public, and you answered it via email.
So the question, I make it up, and then if I'm wrong, I just deny. So the question is, what?
Hold on, I'm gonna read it to you.
All right. I think my answer was she's right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's the one.
So the question was, a concern was raised if there was an allegation was made under 312 in closed session, they could not take the action to authorize someone to do the investigation without confidentially being lost.
That's correct. Yeah, that's an accurate statement. I didn't add in there, but I would add under the law, there is nothing in the law that would make those allegations confidential. If someone was to make an open records request for the written allegation, the individual would be entitled to that, to see that under the law. So to say they lose confidentiality is a weird statement, because they may lose it. The confidentiality is attempting to keep it as quiet as possible, but there is no confidentiality under the law to protect those who have been accused of something in local government. Love the jacket, by the way.
Thank you. So I believe this section, I went to some of these home rule charter review committee meetings, and I believe the clarification in this section has to do with, if you look at it, it's 3.09 prohibitions, and what it says is, the original form, if you ignore the underline, except for the purposes of inquiries and investigation, unless otherwise provided for in this charter. The city council as a whole and its individual members shall deal with city officers and employees only through the city manager. And this is the exact reason why Ms. Martinez was eventually kicked off the council. And for asking questions of, if I see Linda and I say, hey, what's the status on public works? With this change, my understanding is now that will be prohibited. Cannot do that. Because right now it reads inquiries and investigation. And I would be inquiring what's the status of public works. But now it says only for the purposes of 312. Investigations and inquiries for 312. That's the only thing that you can talk to city staff. Otherwise, if I talk to anybody on city staff, I'm on the city council. If I talk to anybody else on city staff and ask a question, I'm in violation of this section. That's my understanding of it.
I would ask one point. You are correct with one exception. That is, it doesn't say conducted only to pursuant 312. It says other investigation and inquiries approved by city council. So if city council has approved a particular inquiry investigation, then it would also be open.
And you're also incorrect in that city council can always
Otherwise,
ask.
I would fully agree.
Also, city council, I know you agree with this too. City council can always ask questions of staff. You just can't give direction to staff, so that just remains the same. Polls are opening. There we go, next one.
An amendment to the city charter providing a process for how council members may place an item on the agenda. This, I'd have to read it all again to remind myself of the changes. But what this does is the change would do is place on the ballot and approve, would basically require, now I remember what it was. Currently, the city secretary has to chase people down to figure out whether or not something should go on the agenda. And it creates problems and complications and puts the city secretary in an awkward position. What this does is put the burden on the two council members who would like an item on the agenda to get that information to the city secretary in a timely fashion in order for it to be placed on the agenda. Yay, I still have a memory.
Okay, here come the polls. Very good, thank you.
And I apologize, I haven't looked at this in a while, and I'm working on 3 other cities' charters right now too, so I have to get things straight in my head before I say something inappropriate. An amendment to the city charter authorizing the city attorney to place items on the city council agenda. This was actually my request. It currently says the mayor or the city manager may place an item on a council agenda. I requested that it list specifically that the city attorney has that authority, because although it's never happened in this community, with this city manager, or with this city council, I've encountered positions with other places where I felt I had an obligation to place an item on the agenda to inform my client, who is the city council, of legal issues, and it was not and I had to have a fight with the city manager to do so. So I personally, and any future city attorney, would probably appreciate the ability to place legal items on the agenda that they think are necessary to be discussed.
Polls are being open. Great, next.
86%.
Hey.
We like you.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the city council from amending rules for hearings on forfeitures of office within 90 days of a complaint being filed. Essentially, what this does is locks in place the rules of procedure for conducting a hearing on a forfeiture of office to those rules which were in place either 90 days before or 90 days after the complaint was filed. It basically is intended to prohibit any city council from changing the rules to fit a particular agenda. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any questions?
No, no.
Okay, overwhelming, next.
An amendment to the city charter deleting the prohibition on public comment during forfeiture of office. Currently, during a forfeiture of office public hearing, it says that the public comment shall be allowed unless agreed to by a majority vote. Shall not, does it say shall not? It says shall not be allowed, right? Yeah, so I think this is a misprint. I think in the charter it currently says shall not be allowed unless agreed to by a majority vote of the members of city council present. It
I
doesn't
think you
say
just reworded it,
Okay.
because I would be double negative.
Yeah, it would be. No, oh, it does say no, okay. No public comment, all right. So currently it's not, public comment is not allowed unless city council agrees to it. This change would not require that. Public comment would be allowed. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah. No public comment shall be allowed unless agreed to by a majority vote of the members present. So during a hearing, unless city council agrees to it, no public comment would be heard. We would strike that provision, and now public comment will be heard.
The rules will be set by
And right. Well, we're not striking that so that stays the same. Number 10, which is not relevant to this section.
Okay, we've got another one back here.
This is supposed to be a positive change.
Yeah, so this is to put it in the actual ordinance that.
Sorry, Mr. Zek, I believe that last part was supposed to be underlined. Rules for this public comment shall be set by city council. I don't think that was.
No, it's currently in the charter.
It is there.
Yes, it's currently in the charter.
Okay, so that's currently in the charter, and any other? One more, I see. Come in. Yes, sir.
So my concern is that we're saying that the city council can say, yeah, we're not gonna let you.
No, yeah, it's different.
Rules for public comment shall be set by city council, so I don't understand that. If the city council could say, well, no, we're not gonna let citizens make any comments here, then that's perfectly fine.
Even with this change.
Even with the change, the city council could turn around because they're gonna make a rule that says, no, we're not gonna allow it.
They could. I agree.
Okay, I don't think there should ever be any time the citizens should not be heard if they wanna be heard.
Okay, so I don't, first of all, let me say, I don't disagree with that. You are correct that city council could maybe, and I say maybe because the legislature has, and I don't want to get into a big in-depth legal analysis of some changes the legislature has made to the law.
Please do.
I wish, it'd be a lot of fun because I don't know the answer to the question.
Okay, well then that's a better answer.
Yeah. But I do want to address his point, which is correct. City council could come back and adopt a rule that says we will not accept any public comment. They could do that. Of course, they would be doing that at the peril of their, office, I suppose.
They've already been.
Well, right. No, I understand. Please. I love all of you. I'm just providing legal guidance here. I'm not the person making the policy decisions.
Mr. Zek,
Yeah.
please, no comments from the table. If you want to ask a question, raise your hand. We're going to be civil and orderly, please.
Thank you, Mayor, very much.
Thank you.
What the committee wanted to do was switch it from requiring council to agree to allow public comment to allowing public comment and forcing the city council to have a vote not to allow public comment. That's what this does. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, time to vote.
I'm gonna interrupt for 1 second because Charlie is a rock star, but this is pretty dense material. I wanted to let you know we're like halfway through this, and we're halfway through our hour, so we're on time, so we can have time for public comments. But it's hot in here, and I'm feeling tired a little bit, so you might be feeling tired. Possibly get a little fresh air in here from the doors. If anybody wants to take 10 seconds and just stand up and stretch, feel free. Because I'm a professor, I know what it's like to hold people in seats for too long. And Charlie is leaving. Okay, Charlie's getting coffee. Okay, as long as it takes Charlie to get a cup of coffee, is how long we're pausing for. And he's walking back now.
Sit in the back. Okay.
Okay, we're getting started again. We've opened some doors, got some fresh air.
Okay. All right, here we go.
We're getting started again. Please take your seats.
Everybody ready to go? Well, I appreciate the rock star comment. I'm probably more of like a, I don't know, like a younger, not as much work done Kenny Rogers star.
We'll see.
Here we go.
I know when to hold them and I know when to fold them. All right. An amendment to the city. Oh, what was the last vote?
It was lower, I already passed it, so.
76 to 24.
76 to 24. And again, a reminder, you're not voting whether or not it should be adopted. You're voting as to whether or not it should be placed on the ballot. As just a reminder from my earlier statement. I've been asking my folks.
Feedback for the council.
An amendment to the city charter requiring allegations of violations of section 3.08 or 3.09 of the city charter be filed with the mayor or the city manager in writing, be placed on the next available regular city council meeting, and that all members of city council be notified of the allegation within 24 hours. Currently, there is not a process for the filing of the complaint. Oh, yes.
Can we have order in the conference center, please?
The mayor is asking for order in the conference center, please.
We can't hear Mr. Zeck, there's a lot of, remember I said at the beginning, if you have to talk to your neighbor, please go outside in the foyer. This is a good example. So please, let's give Mr. Zeck his attention and then again, raise your hand if you have a question and go to the mic. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So currently there is not a process for the filing of an allegation of a violation of section 308 or 309 of the charter. This creates that process by requiring it to be filed in writing with either the city manager or the mayor, being placed on the next available city council meeting, and that the council be made available within, does it say that? Within 24 hours? Yes, and yes, so that's what it requires.
Any questions?
Any questions on that?
Any questions? Got one right here, Ms. Crawford.
This isn't about this specific one, but overall process. You said it's about putting the amendment on the ballot.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think, if I understood in the beginning, this isn't the final wording. The council's gonna change all this.
I don't know that for a fact.
But they could change all this. So what we're voting on is not the final version. So just make that.
Right, no, but what this is supposed to do is to give some guidance to city council as to whether or not there's support for this being the final version, or some changes need to be made. That's the purpose of this vote, if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct.
Okay.
We'll have one more.
I'd like to know, are the votes that we're casting here today, are they anonymous or are they being tracked in any way?
The votes actually,
We didn't sign our name.
the votes are anonymous. You will get the results. I mean, everybody will be able to see the results.
I can't see who the clickers assigned to when they come in. So
Yeah.
you're, like, I can't see if number 7.
Not everybody can hear her. I
I'm
just
sorry.
heard that.
So, I can't see what you clicked on. So if you have a clicker that says 72, the only reason that they're numbered is so we can keep track of the clickers. It doesn't register on my system that clicker number 1 checked yes or no for the item. There's no way for me to see that. All I get is the final vote. I don't know who clicked what.
Okay, so the answer is yes, they're anonymous. Okay, go ahead. There's two questions.
Is that it? Okay. Is this right? This is it. Oh. Alright. So this is for or against placing it on the ballot.
Okay, there you go. Next one.
So this measure is effective only if this measure is only effective if adopted if the measure regarding adding a council member fails. If the measure that adds a council member passes, there's a section in there that says 4 council members shall constitute a quorum except where state law provides. So that's what the quorum would be if you have 7 council members. If that doesn't pass, if that gets on the ballot and doesn't pass, and this gets on the ballot and doesn't pass, it does pass, it would be adopted. So it says 3 council members shall constitute a quorum except where state law provides otherwise. So
And there's no poll question.
there's no poll question. It's pretty straightforward.
What is it currently?
3. An amendment to the city charter amending how a tie is resolved in an election for consistency with state law. Currently, your charter reads, in the event of a tie, a runoff election shall be held. We would strike that provision and say a tie shall be resolved as provided by the Texas Elections Code. Currently, Texas Elections Code will allow the 2 individuals to agree to toss lots instead of having a runoff. So our charter is not consistent with the Texas Elections Code.
Hand. Raise them a little high, just like this.
So what happens if they both don't agree?
Then we have a runoff.
Alright, I'm gonna poll.
Have I mentioned what a good-looking crowd this is? Just gorgeous. 90%. I can't get my daughter to like me 3/4. An amendment to the city charter requiring a 2/3 vote of the city council to fix the compensation of the city manager. Currently, to fix the compensation of the city manager, it's a majority vote. This would change it. It would be a 2/3 vote of the city council. So if there are 5 voting members, it would take 4. If there are 7 voting members, it would take 5.
Any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead. An amendment to the city charter providing that the presiding judge and any associate judges of the municipal court may be removed by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the city council. Currently, under the law, home rule cities may remove municipal judges pursuant to the provisions in their charter. You currently don't have any provisions in your charter that deal with the removal of a municipal judge. So the committee is recommending that it be placed on the ballot, that we add language that allows municipal judges to be removed by a 2/3 vote.
Okay, polls are open. There you go.
An amendment to the city charter authorizing a designee of the city secretary to issue a certificate of sufficiency to the petitioners committee. Currently, in an initiative, referendum, or recall process, the city secretary is required to issue a certificate of sufficiency. Is the petition sufficient? The city secretary had concerns that if she's sick or on vacation or something like that, there could be a complaint. So this would allow, in those situations, a designee of the city secretary to perform those ministerial, what I call ministerial obligations.
No questions, I'm opening.
Okay, polls opening.
Thank you. You're a taskmaster.
We're on 51 and 72.
Okay.
We got
Roll.
2 minutes.
Oh man, I can do it. An amendment, did everybody see that? Yeah, slow it down. It was 94% to 5%, I believe, or 6%, I believe.
94.6.
Yeah. An amendment to the city charter extending the time for a council member to request a public hearing on a recall petition from 5 working days to 10 working days. Currently, if there's a recall petition presented to an individual on council, they have 5 working days to decide whether or not they want to hold a public hearing. This would 5 working days. This would extend it to 10 working days.
Any questions? Okay.
Cool.
And then all these results will be put on the website when I come into the office on Monday.
All results will be put on the website. If you're missing any of them.
Yeah, because I know I'm going fast.
We're trying to go fast because we want to make sure that there's time for citizens to be heard.
Apparently we have
Francine is keeping us on track.
and apparently we have a hard shutdown deadline, right?
Absolutely, it's advertised at 12:30.
Got it. An amendment to the
63% on that one.
An amendment to the city charter giving discretion to an individual subject to recall as to when a public hearing should be held on a recall. Currently, the public hearing must be held no more than 30 and no less than 15 days before early voting. This would change that to give the person subject to recall the discretion as to when they want that public hearing to be held, as long as it is no less than 15 days before early voting.
Any questions?
Any questions? No questions.
Polls are open.
Polls are open. I feel like I'm on a game show. (66 to 34). 66% for, 34. An amendment to the city charter changing the minimum number of signatures necessary to submit an initiative petition from 300 registered voters to 500. Currently, in order to have an initiative placed on consideration by council, it takes 300 registered voters to do that. The proposition is to place it on the ballot, so it takes 500 registered voters.
Can you give a quick synopsis of initiative, referendum, and recall really quickly?
Yes. An initiative is where the citizens want city council to adopt legislation, so an ordinance. A referendum is where the citizens want city council to repeal legislation, and that's it. Okay. I don't think I have to explain recall.
Alright, opening the polls.
An amendment to the city charter reducing the waiting period for resubmitting a previously failed initiative from 2 years to 1 year. Currently, if an initiative is brought forward to city council, they place it on the ballot, and that initiative fails, in other words, the citizens vote not to approve it, you have to wait 2 years before you can reinitiate the ordinance. This would lower that threshold from 2 years to 1 year.
Any questions?
And remember, this is whether or not this item should be placed on the ballot for consideration by the citizens. These numbers are so interesting. They're all over. I mean, it's really good to see such a variety of means everybody's thinking. An amendment to the city charter changing the minimum number of signatures necessary to submit a referendum petition from 300 registered voters to 500. So it would increase the signature requirements for a referendum from 300 to 500.
How many registered voters are in the city?
Oh, good question. How many registered voters are in the city?
7,500.
What?
7,500.
7,500 registered voters in the city.
I don't see the city secretary.
I don't know what, is that right?
Assuming so.
It's approximately, plus or minus.
I can't confirm because I don't have a city secretary here.
Alright, no plus or minus.
So I don't know, I'm not a mathematician by any stretch, so I don't know what percentage 500 registered voters is of 7,500. 15%? 15%. Wow, who did that? Did you, without a calculator? Jeez. I'm an embarrassment.
It's not correct.
That's not correct.
Ah, you were wrong. Now I feel a lot better. Wait a minute, maybe, I'm sorry, Chief. You were probably right.
Yes.
Click your vote.
Click your vote,
I need you to
please.
use your clickers. We can move on, please.
Note to self, don't make a chief of police of any police department mad.
66% against. Here we go. Next one.
An amendment to the city charter reducing the time for city council to reinstitute an ordinance repealed by referendum from 3 years to 2 years. This sounds confusing. It probably may need to be worded a little differently if this actually goes on the ballot. But currently, if an ordinance, let's see. So anything that's adopted by an initiative of this, in other words, if an initiative is brought forward, a piece of legislation is brought forward, it is placed before the voters, and the voters approve it, it cannot be amended or repealed for a period of 3 years from the date of that election, except by a referendum election. This would reduce that period from 3 years to 2 years. Any questions? No questions? Opening the poll. That's what I was remembering. Survey says. Right? Survey says.
Against.
An amendment to the city charter reducing the time for the council. This does the same thing, only it does it. Or is it not by initiative? And only it does it by initiative. Is that right?
Repealing an initiative.
Yeah, repealing an initiative.
Not a referendum.
Not a referendum. The other one was a referendum? This one's the initiative. Okay, gotcha. My apologies. I'm not supposed to be making this more difficult. That's what I get for drinking 3 glasses of whiskey before I come in. I'm kidding. If you clicked, please click again.
If you clicked, please click again.
There we go.
There you go.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the favoring or discrimination in the removal and appointments to city positions or offices based on gender, sexual orientation, or legally protected classes. We are adding the protected classes of gender and sexual orientation or an otherwise legally protected class to those general prohibitions in the charter.
It's to be in compliance with federal law.
Yes. Well, the other one, yeah, the last part of it is for sure. It was 88% in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Samadana.
It will be on the website tomorrow.
An amendment to the city charter providing for definitions of certain words and phrases. The committee felt that certain words and phrases should be defined. Those words and phrases to be defined this should all be underlined because it's all new. So all of this would be added. So we would be defining days, the word may, the word must, the word shall, and the phrase working days. With respect to the words may, must, and shall, those definitions are consistent with the Texas, I can't remember exactly what it's called, some lawyer is in the room will correct me, but essentially there's a statute by the Texas legislature where they define terms when they are interpreting statutes, and charters are interpreted by the courts like they are a statute. And these words, may, must, and shall, are consistent with the definition used in Texas law.
Opening polls.
Code Construction Act. Oof, that's what it's called. An amendment to the city charter requiring the charter be translated into Spanish and authorizing the translation into other languages. It also includes language to say that if there is a conflict between the required translation of Spanish and the English version, that the English version shall prevail. Any questions? No. Survey says.
Click again.
Click again, please.
There you go.
The price is right.
That is it.
Okay, so first of all, yes, you did it. Yeah, that's great. With 2 minutes to spare, I still have 2 minutes. So first of all, I made a few jokes during this process to try to keep it light because I think it's important, but I was in no way attempting to belittle the importance of this process, which, by the way, is very important. The charter of the city is essentially the constitution of the citizens on how you want your government to operate. And it's really important that we get this feedback, and if these items go on the ballot, it's very important to participate in the local government process and to make sure your voice is heard. So thank you very much for your time.
Could we have the Home Rule Charter Committee Review Committee stand, please, and be recognized? These are our committee members. These are our committee members. We spent Monday evenings from 6 to 9 o'clock, 3 hours a night for about 2 months, going line by line, word by word. We were very methodical, had a lot of spirited debates. And I just want to publicly thank you for your time as citizens and representing the city of Leon Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you all again for being such wonderful participants. And with this one as well, in my report, I will highlight not just the answers to the poll questions, but some of the questions you asked, which I think were really good in explaining how things might be worded a little more correctly or what confusion still remains. I think all I need to do now is say we are finished with that item. My second meeting here was when you all decided to be in favor of home rule and the charter, and it's a huge responsibility. So really, this was a lot to get through. Thank you, Charlie. That was great for that. I will now turn it over for citizens to be heard.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I open up for questions, may I have the council, if you come forward, and if you'd like. I mean, you don't have to, but, to answer questions, would you have Stan?
Want the directors as well?
Well, I think just the council at this time, because it's like we're at a council meeting. Okay, Mr. Bull, you had asked me if you could go first on your citizens to be heard question. So we have a, come on up. Just grab a chair or whatever. Yeah, and I think we sat last year, so, yeah. Just so everybody can see who's representing, who their representatives are. Thank you. Important. Okay, Mr. Bull, we do have a microphone, so if you'll state your name and just where you live. You don't have to get your address, but just where you live, and then your question, and then we'll try to either answer it or have the staff answer it. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, Home Rule Charter Committee, and everyone who made this event happen. My name is Evan Bull, as most of you may know. I live in Forest Oaks, Hampfield area, just right behind the library here, in fact. I have a few points that I wanted to make, mostly concerns. First off, when I mentioned earlier when we talked about the pool and the update areas, the street project library, and it's I was just at the library earlier, and the internet wasn't working, and so I thought to add to the point of we should more centralize the library and further update the library with that. And with
could you come forward? We're doing live stream. So
okay.
If you have so just so you can be on the.
I'm just using the podium. I'm all one. Secondly, with the hiring of new officers earlier that was mentioned, it has been a concern that I've seen on various media sources that there's a general concern for the bulk of our patrols. There seems to be an optics matter of the presence in our neighborhoods, and I wanted to have more of a meeting or presentation made by the police chief in the matters of kind of how, not details, but whereabouts are we patrolling and why, just so our citizens are more put at ease as to why they may not see an officer or two in their neighborhood for any given length of time. Next, I wanted to talk about the, with regard to the vacancies in our business developments, what blocks us from breaking through to a lower vacancy rate of business real estate? Is it a building problem? Is it a code problem? Or is it just a matter of advertising to businesses out there? And I'd be interested in finding out what that problem might be to get more business here. Next.
I didn't realize you had like 4 or 5.
Oh, I have a whole bench.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I tell you, let's stop
Yeah.
there because we do have other
Okay.
citizens that want to ask questions. And
Okay.
so, and then I think the whole issue, it's safe to say the citizens decided on a committee, so we can certainly bring those, to that committee. Chief, would you address the patrolling? I think that's a question that I hear a lot from residents. I'm at home and I never see them, but they're there. So Chief, go ahead.
Thank you. It's a very good question, Evan. I'll tell you it's really hard for me to tell you when they're on your street. I can tell you that. But I will tell you that a lot of people that have Ring cameras now have started giving us feedback. Where do you need me to stand? Started giving us feedback that they're actually seeing them on a regular basis on Ring. That you can actually see the cars going up and down the streets. You can see us and know that we're there also by the fact that if you look on the stuff that we're doing, we're putting it out on the city manager's report every other week. You see all the open doors. Those are guys that are out there just patrolling around through the neighborhoods and finding doors open and coming up and knocking on the door. I think Ms. Smart mentioned it happened at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so this happens almost on a nightly basis. Most of them, some of them at least, end up in that report when they jot it down. But the guys are out there patrolling on a regular basis. I can tell you that the crime has gone down exponentially. We're going to do a full report in the next couple of weeks on the Uniform Crime Reporting Statistics. It's called NIBRS now. But we'll be reporting on that. But I can tell you it is way down. Crime is way down. And most of your crimes in your neighborhoods, your burglary vehicles, burglary habitations, and your burglary businesses are down exponentially. And those things are occurring because of the arrests, because of the patrols, and the guys getting out there and finding them. So I can't tell you exactly when they've been on your street, but I can tell you a day doesn't go by that I don't personally patrol through one of your neighborhoods. I do it every day, and through some neighborhood or two of the smaller ones. And I've seen a bunch of you waved at you as I go through. So I can just tell you got a lot more officers on the street than when I got here. You got at least double or triple than prior to me getting here. So, and the fact that we don't have as many accidents on the main strip of Bandera is also another fact that we're actually out in the neighborhoods as well because we have more time to get out there. So.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Mr. Bull, if you'll write your other questions and submit them, or we'll get your answers to you. Just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity. There's one more question that Mr. Bull had, and that was on vacancy. Is Mr. Cox here? Oh, there you are. Okay, so you'll come up and just address that, and then we'll move on to other citizens. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you for the time, and I appreciate the question. One of my benchmarks, what I'm doing is we're trying to get all that information to know what our vacancy rate was, because we had different charts and data from different ones, and they wasn't exactly consistent. So we just kind of did a etch-a-sketch, just kind of check it and said we're going to start over and just get all that information from front to back, so that what we have is good. So we know that good data in is good data out, and I'm really proud of what we have right now. It's been a team effort to catch that, not only from the police department, planning and zoning, myself, fire department, everybody. So what I do want to share with you is the vacancy rate in Leon Valley is better than it is in the Alamo region, which is 12 counties. That region is one of the best regions in Texas, and Texas is better than the national. So we are right up there. So I think the last time I looked at it and we reported out was about 10.89%. Consistently, what we found through the historic data for Leon Valley, we were in that 16 to 18% vacancy rate. I've updated it multiple times since I reported out to council, which I think at that time we were around 12. So I'll just keep adding, we're bringing in businesses right and left to the point that, we're not actively having to recruit because that's what the leasing offices, what their responsibility are. But we do have people reach out to us, and now with this data, we're able to let them know where the vacancies are. We look at what kind of square footage do you need, what kind of road access. We have people that are more concerned if you have a cargo coming in. You want to be closer to 410. Obviously that property takes different types. And then working with them on zoning, where can you be? So I hope that answers your question. If you're not, reach out to me and we'll share some of the.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and so the larger companies, the franchises, we kind of look at that stuff. They look at the uncertainty of Bandera Road. What's going to happen with it? Well, there's a positive side of the count going down there. So when the business, you look at it and you say, hey, there's 50,000 to 80,000 traffic count going up and down the road. That's a great thing, but there's uncertainty what the project's going to look like. So if I open up a business today and the Bandera project takes place, what does that look like during that construction? So there's that to kind of hook them up. And then also people are concerned with the congestion of it. So right now, and that's why Bandera Road project is taking place, because they're not too sure what's going to happen.
Very good, thank you. And just following up on the Bandera Road project, Mr. Gardner had to leave. He is in Dallas, and so he has requested that if you have any specific question on the Bandera Road corridor study, please submit them to me or the manager. We have a meeting on Tuesday afternoon, and we'll present those at that day. And we'll get back with you. You'll put your name on it. We'll get back with you. Okay? Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yes, Ms. Smart, come on up. Yes, we've got a thing. And I'll just keep going. Thank you.
So I have a few questions. I guess the chief would probably be the best person to answer it. Very early in this meeting, we were talking about the red light cameras and about how the crashes have decreased. And I believe that that's also something that you reiterated on the news when we did that short broadcast. One of the things that you said was that as far as the text dot information that's available online, if you look at Texas Department of Transportation, it's called CRIS, C-R-I-S, Crash Records Information Systems. It shows that the crashes in Leon Valley in 2016 were 197, 2017 were 285. And then when the red light cameras actually went live, they switched to 844 crashes in 2019's 895. I just want to know where the inconsistency is. That's it. Well, I'm not done yet. Sorry. So from my understanding is that in 2019, the Texas law changed to where it was required to be an automatic or electronic filing system. So I understand if there's discrepancies whenever this paper was mandatory in 2018, it just changed in January 2019. But according to Texas Transportation Code 550, every municipality, if there's over $1,000 of property damage, if there is injury, or if there's death, then it has to be reported to Texas Department of Transportation within 10 days. So I'm just curious how these numbers are different, and I'm sure that there's a lot of reason for it.
And if we could limit your to one question, just because I know I'm enlisted, and we'll come back to you for a second question. We hear from everybody.
That's a great question. I've seen misinformation being put online. So let me tell you the facts. The fact is, and I don't mean to talk bad about anybody, and I won't, about my predecessor, because it wasn't his fault. The officers that were here at the time failed him. They weren't writing reports. When we got in here and we started going through the system, we found tens of thousands of reports that had never been entered into the system. They were not sent to the state. Arrests were not filed, and that's not the chief's fault. The officers failed him. We ended up having to go back on the arrest for 6 months to a year prior. People had gone to jail, and the paperwork had never been filed. So we filed 200 cases right there in the beginning, and we were working our tails off. We went and entered all the DWI reports that we could into the system because they weren't in there. So if you look at 2017 is when we figured out that officers were still not writing the reports that they're by law supposed to write. And they were doing what's called a blue form. Anything under $1,000 we're allowed to do what's called a blue form, which is basically a little bitty piece of paper where we scribble the notes on it in case anybody wants it, that becomes a report. Well, I can show you over 2,000 accidents that should have never been blue formed in 2016, 2017, 2015, 2014. Over 2,000. It's very sad. So what you're seeing the jump up in 2018 or 2017 and 2018. I immediately stopped them from using the blue forms. I stopped them from not writing reports on accidents in parking lots. I stopped them from not doing the ones that are $1,000 or less. Everybody that calls in Leon Valley gets an accident report. Everybody. That's not what you get in San Antonio. It's not what you get in Bear County or anywhere else. But as a public service, and because my officers at the time, I'm sure I got their attention now, but we haven't stopped it. We're requiring them to go above and beyond and write reports that normally would not be there. So one was a failure on the department. Two, it's because we put policies in place that don't allow them to do that anymore. Every single thing goes through into a police report. That's better service for y'all, the citizens, and all the other people that are causing these crashes on the street. In that actual story that we were both in, you heard me say we don't use CRIS. That's a true statement. CRIS is not something that we utilize and go direct entry into CRIS. We send them the reports within the requisite amount of time, and eventually they get put on there. It's not a direct report. We could direct report in there, but here's the reason why we don't. If you direct report in there, then the $6 per person that normally when somebody comes to get their accident report that the city now gets, you would no longer get it. The state would. So we've made a decision. It was a fiscal decision because there's thousands of accident reports a year that we get requested. That'd be thousands of dollars the city would lose. So the reporting in there is not completely accurate, but I'll tell you it was at least 800 and something. I believe that of what we actually did report on. So it's got nothing to do with red light cameras. Compare the two numbers is completely apples and oranges. The numbers that we put out and the reduction, 31% reduction, are for the programmed intersections only. Why? Because that's what the state requires us to report on. So we have nothing, we don't care about, we care obviously, but it's not part of the reporting for red light camera purposes to report at an intersection that doesn't have a red light camera. So there's a lot of accidents that happen not at those intersections. So it's apples and oranges. Yes, there's probably 800 and something, because those are the true numbers that are now being reported through the due diligence and the requirements we've put in place.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Burr, did you have a question on your, you called me last night, so I want to be sure that you want to.
Heather had one or
Okay.
hours.
Then, I have Heather next, but I know Mr. Burr, you called last night and had a question. I totally agree with you, citizens to be
There's quite
heard.
a few citizens on the Bandera Road that are very concerned what's happening on our street. We're getting very, very little information from the city, and the contractor won't even talk to us. As far as the contractor is concerned, they can use our street for whatever reason they want, whatever they want, whether they're working on our street or not, which they're not supposed to. They're not bringing any materials in to work on it really for the past 3-4 months. But yet, you see cement trucks, steel trucks, maintenance trucks, front loaders, heavy equipment. The asphalt on that part of the road is no more than 3/4 of an inch thick, which is a quarter street in the whole city of Leon Valley. Underneath that is nothing but black dirt. There isn't a road that's constructed by any contractor or anybody else that would accept black soil underneath and have that asphalt on top. Why are we accepting?
All right, let me ask, is Melinda still here?
She's right here.
Oh, there you are. Very good. So we'll let Ms. Moritz address that, and then we'll go to Heather next. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. Thank you. So, Elverde Road.
So Elverde Road, as you know, they are down the street doing the LC-17 project, and they've had multiple delays. For not just rain, but also from engineering and other unforeseen circumstances. So it has taken what was supposed to be a 1-year project and turned it so far into a 3-year project. They now say that their completion date is going to be in March, and part of that project is to overlay Elverde Road. They're supposed to fix 18 base failure repairs on that roadway, and the city would have to accept the work once it's completed. That job is being monitored by Bear County. The city is just in an agreement with Bear County to monitor it with them, but we do not have control over their contract with Oscar Render Contracting. The contractor decided to go ahead and do the overlay on Elverde Road because they are using that road for their concrete trucks. And so the best information I can give you is that they're supposed to be done by the end of February, mid-March. And at that time, we can go look at the road and make sure they did it right.
So hopefully.
But that was the last report we got since then there'd been rain. So don't forget about the rain delays. Okay, it's all weather dependent.
Thank you.
Why don't we let our engineer come and look at it and say, what the contract's gonna do on that road is acceptable. That's right. That will settle the all, and they will settle us, Bear County, our taxpayers' money, which came from us, okay? We pay taxes. We're not getting this free. Not free, completely. One of the reasons they're having that into the road is because they damaged it. That's the only reason they're doing it. But let's have our engineer come in and take a look and say, look, this is what they're gonna do. If he says, yes, it is acceptable, We'll accept it.
So I think we'll let her do that comment there. So thank you. I appreciate it. If there's any.
Let me just add, sir, and ma'am, we stay on top of those guys. If they don't have a legal reason for going down that road, they know that we're going to give them citations. We've met with them multiple times. So if they're coming down there, they're supposed to be working on the road, which they can't stop. And so we've talked to some of them. It's an argument, each way, but we haven't caught any of them since we met with them going down there when they weren't working actually on the road.
Okay.
So we're trying to stay on top.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes.
Here,
Yes.
Hi, Heather Riddle. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of using a microphone at these events and at city council. It's an accessibility issue. We want everybody to be included. And then also I had a question about when we do poll voting and stuff, if we could start including an option that is either no opinion or I need more information or I defer to the experts or something, just rather than making people have to vote and being not sure what they want, there can be an option that's like, I'll just defer to someone else.
That's a great idea. I appreciate it. Yeah, we can certainly add that. So, all right, let me see Judy, Pearl, and then Ms. Martinez. And we've got approximately 10 more minutes. We do need to end at 12:30. Sorry.
I don't know if anybody's here from the swimming pool committee, and I'm not sure that this should be handled right now. But I would love to hear something about the numbers of the people that were using the pools, both pools. How much advertising goes out about the pools. I personally love Forest Oaks Pool, because when I was swimming my laps at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was like my private pool. I am also concerned about the lifeguarding situation, because I never saw an adult supervisor in that pool area at all in the afternoons. I'm concerned about the age of our lifeguards. It's been a real drop since Sella is no longer doing the pools. And it is a safety issue, and I'm concerned. But I think before we make any big decisions about refurbishing both pools, we should find out how it's being used. And I wonder if the apartment people know that they can use our pools.
Very good. Is Mr. Diaz in the room? Please do.
Mayor, the pool advisory committee
There
is
he is.
set to do their annual report to the council in March.
And Mr. Diaz, you've got all of those questions and comments that you could bring back to your meeting.
Right. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate your comments. And, we do have figures on attendance by month, and we do have lifeguards there, and so they're very young, right? But they're very capable. But we certainly will. If you will get with me, I will try to get you all the information that you're looking for. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Martinez is next, and then Hildy, you'll be after him, and hopefully we'll be able to get as much more information. One question, please. Thank you.
Mine more of a statement. With regard to the charter amendment, I would like to see a forum where citizens can request changes be made. Like, for example, the city attorney should work for the council and not the city manager. I'd like to see stuff like the department heads are hired by the council, and I'd like to see the mayor definitely have approval to excuse an absence. Otherwise, if a majority of the council doesn't like a person, they have to be absent for work or something. Hey, this is a non-excused absence, 3 absences, and you're kicked out. That's not right. The mayor, we need to give the mayor the power, or return the power back to the mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hildy?
Hi, my name is Hilda Gomez, and I live here in Leon Valley. And I also wanted to speak about the measurements that we just saw. It's so important because this is going to be sort of our the law of the land. And yet I found that I had a hard time understanding what I was reading. To me, some of it was a little convoluted and even seemed contradictory. And I know that eventually these are going to be turned into amendments that we're going to be voting on. So my concern is exactly who, are we going to be able to see the thinking of these measures? Because ultimately, I think we need transparency. We need to be clear on what we're voting on, and we need to make sure that these laws give us as citizens clear oversight about who our leadership is and who actually has the power to make decisions regarding city council or how the laws are going to guide, our neighborhoods and us and what we are actually able to get done here. So that's what I'm concerned about, is that the clarity. And I do feel like someone stated that I wasn't even really sure exactly how to understand some of these measurements. So can you tell us how, as citizens, we can get final access to what exactly is going to go on the ballot? So we have a clear, as voters, we have a clear understanding as to who we're turning this power over to, and so that we have transparency.
Yes. Great questions and comments. So what will happen next is at the next city council meeting, the city council will determine, they'll look at these measures and determine whether or not they want these measures on the ballots. And they can also add additional measures if they want. It's all up to the city council at the next meeting. The Home Rule Charter Committee has spoken. We have had 4 meetings now where there can be citizen input and citizen dialogue. And so now it's time for it's in the hands of the council at this point at the next meeting. I'm sure there'll be some citizen input at that meeting as well. There always is. But once the council has determined what is actually going to be on the ballot, what we will do is we send a mailer out to everybody that shows you every amendment that is going to be proposed. It'll be on all of our social media platforms. And I don't know if the council will want to or not have another workshop about what was decided. But for sure, it'll be mailed to your house and it'll be all over social media so that you have a lot of time to study it before you actually go into a polling place or decide to vote. Does that answer your question?
My only concern is that we have a
Microphone.
Sandra, microphone, please.
Yes, and Ms. Kinzer, if I could add that that's mailed to registered voters only.
Oh, mailed to registered voters.
My only concern is because it's such an important issue that we, the citizens, have a good understanding of what we're saying yes to. And that it does provide us a better oversight and clear transparency onto exactly what's happening.
Thank you.
Ms. Chason, you're next.
Hi, Mayor, everyone. I'd like to say that come February 7th, I'll be a resident of Leon Valley for 49 years. So, I would like to also thank everybody that attended the town hall and the coffee with the mayors. And what we had planned was a group of us citizens got together and we're having a pizza party in the park directly following this meeting. So anyone that would like to come over, and it's a kind of an appreciation and transparency. So please come and join us.
Thank you.
We've got just a few more minutes. And wait for the microphone, please. Okay, lady in the back. Okay, and you'll be the last one. Thank you. And again, you can always submit your questions to us if we weren't able to get to you today, and we will just put your name and your email address, and we'll get you your answer back. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Leslie Bacon. I live in Forks Oaks, Canterville. I've been a resident here for 27 years, a homeowner. I love Leon Valley. I'm very, very concerned with what's going on. I did want to address Measure 15. It says an amendment to the city charter requiring a member of city council who is convicted of a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude or violation of any state law regarding conflicts of interest of municipal officers, a felony, or is assessed a deferred adjudication probation. Actually, as early as this morning, we have Miss Council Rodriguez that is on next door, censoring using her sitting as a council member, free speech of other residents. I would suggest that this fits under Measure 15. I would like to have this investigated. Council Rodriguez to be investigated with ethics violation against.
If you'll just, put that in writing and submit it to us and we can discuss it.
I certainly will.
I mean, I'm not really sure how to handle it from the floor. Okay, so it is now 12:30, and according to the, agenda, we must adjourn at 12:30, and what I would ask you to do again is to put your questions, comments in writing and submit them to us, and we will get back with y'all. But anyway, it's been an outstanding town hall meeting. Thank y'all so much for taking out your precious Saturday from 8:30 to 12:30. Have a wonderful weekend. Excuse me. It's over. The meeting is over. I've adjourned the meeting at 12:30. Thank you.